You arm your company with the most powerful service.
Hello there. Hello, 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 you lovely creatures of the realm. How's it going? How's everybody doing tonight? Say hi. What's up, Dice Admiral? What's up, Tycho Go? What's up, Epic Pool Dad? Welcome to the show. How's everybody feeling? Oh my god, that's you. What's up, Non-Sync? What's up, Jackson Godwin? Sea Salt, how's it going? Mr. Boca, love to have you. Ghost Ninja, how's it going? First time on my stream. Well, let me apologize in advance. Because, you know, I can't promise it's gonna be great.
It might get a little weird. Maybe.
I don't know. How's it going, guys? Welcome to the show. I'm back on all the platforms. What the heck's going on in my super chat menu? Looks weird. I knew there would be things to fix immediately when we started. I knew it. Let's fix that one. Bam, 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 bam. Let's see, does that make it look normal? There we go. Welcome to the show. It's good to be back. You broke your water bottle? Dang. Yeah, we all exist in multiple realms to a certain extent. You know? 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 You know. I got a new camera. You want to see? You want to see my new camera? We listened to this song already. Get out of here. Get out of here with that song. We heard that already. Do you want to see my new camera? It does a better job of capturing my visage. Do you want to see it? Probably. I don't care if you want to see it or not. I'm showing it to you. Here, check it out. I think it's pretty good, right? Don't I look nice? This is a little bit of a better representation of myself, I think, than the flesh vessel. It's lovely. It's beautiful. You're too kind. Trippy? This is the trippy face. What are you talking about? Hello, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Welcome, 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 welcome to the show, friends. It's good to be here with you tonight, today, this afternoon, whatever you want to call it. It's one of those things. It's a time. Today, we have a pretty fun stream set up, planned, I think. We're going to be looking at, well, we're going to be looking at locations, regions, otherworldly places. Because that's a pretty important part of D&D, you know? You haven't made stream in a long time, but your Twitch won't let you watch for some reason. That's okay, I'm on YouTube also. In fact, you're typing this on YouTube. Time is irrelevant. No, you know, time is still time. You know, you don't want to get bored. You can still get bored. You're trying to submit a subclass today? Today we're not doing subclasses. So, if you haven't been to my stream in a while, or you just have not hung out with me before, the way my show usually works is Sunday night, I do an open forum homebrew review night. You can post anything you want. But throughout the rest of the week, there are prompts, there are themes to each of the nights. And you can find those themes in my Discord. Oh, music change. But I'll post them in the YouTube community tab also. And tonight's theme is regions. And I told you basically the parameters of the stream tonight where one page, you can include a map or pictures or whatever, but basically one page maximum, write up a region and write it in a way that it works as a tool that somebody could use in their game. So what we're not really looking for here is we're not really looking for like a full story. We're not even really looking for like super specific lore. Like we don't need, because that's going to take up a lot of real estate. What we're looking for here are things where it's like, if you as a dungeon master were given this one-page document, you would be interested, excited, curious to, able to use it in your own game. Does that make sense to everybody? You have a setting, but it's not as fleshed out as the short implied. I would not submit it if you don't feel like it's formatted or you haven't put it together like a tool. Not like you're a tool, like it's a tool. If it's just like ideas written up, then I would say save it for later. Playing around with the idea of doing the same location, but it varies based on the layer of the realm the party is in, so they can change one thing which changes something else in the other realm. That's like the game Soul Reaver. You ever play Soul Reaver for PlayStation? That was the game where you play as a vampire that dies as a vampire and comes back as a vampire that eats souls. And one of the main game mechanics is you play the game in two modes, either as a guy in a world punching stuff, or like ethereal punching stuff. It was a really cool game. Soul Reaver, yeah. It was a very, very fun PlayStation game. That was one of my main go-tos back in the day. Cinder, my boy, what's up, Quinn? How's it going? I need to study for a test that determines whether I get a full ride or not. Do you have any tips? My main tip would be probably... Let me think for a second. Because I don't want to do you wrong, Quinn. I don't want to do you wrong. Whoa, guys, you went really far away. Here, come back. My main tip would probably be to accept that there's only so much studying you can do, and make sure that you get sleep the night before, and allow yourself to have like an hour of calm at least the day of, where you can just sort of like let things marinate. That's what I would say. Depends on the test, I guess. I don't really know what kind of test it is, but I feel like a big part of taking tests is, you know, being in the right headspace to come at it. And I think some of that is studying, but some of that is also just like, you know, being present. But I did a lot of English classes in school and like history classes. and I didn't do a whole lot of science until the later years of my life when I had different forms of knowledge integration. So I don't know if that works as well for science, you know? Starting a campaign with all new players. We had a session 0, and I helped make sure everyone was built correctly for what they wanted. Lots of questions asked about the character sheet, however. I want to explain things as they apply in game. Did I do a big no-no? If my players want to ask questions, I will answer those questions. But I also think if players are overwhelmed by the character sheet, telling them not to worry about it and that you can figure it out in-game is good. Like, that's definitely a way to do it. That being said, I feel like it is a very good thing when a player wants to know stuff. If a player is like, hey, teach me, that is kind of rare. So I would say, grab that and wield it and teach them. You know, that's what I would say. That's my hot take. Hey, Cinder, what's your favorite underrated D&D rule that people should give attention to? My favorite underrated D&D rule that people should give attention to. What an interesting question. Huh. You know, I'd have to think about that for a little bit. I'm not sure. I'm kind of like, I'm not rules light when it comes to D&D, but I'm not a nitty-gritty dungeon master. I don't really do a lot of, you know, I'm story and fun first more than anything else. I'll tell you what I do really like. I'll tell you a rule that I really like. I really like the rule that allows you to use a different ability score for certain types of skill checks depending on what action you're taking to accomplish that skill check. So, for example, you can use a charisma intimidation check if you're yelling at somebody, but maybe you could use a strength-based intimidation check if you're cracking a log over your knee. That's the rule that I really like. Does that count? It's so much fun to teach someone who asks questions. Very true. I like using little features that backgrounds give you, like Entertainer gets free food and board for a performance. You know, I never use background rules, and I forget that they exist, and I get annoyed when players try to use them. And there's no reason why I get annoyed. It's totally illogical, and I should get less annoyed because it is a cool mechanic. I don't know what's wrong with me. Bleh. Because that definitely is the thing that happens, where people are like, oh, I forgot. I don't really use those. And I just sort of lean into, I don't really use those. But, like, why don't I use them? No idea. I got no excuse. You guys want to see the homebrew wheel for tonight? Or should we give people a little bit more time to submit stuff? What do you think? Oh, why Cinder? Oh, why Cinder? I ask one thing. During the Sunday stream, do you review reworked subclass base classes or only material that is majority homebrew? Thanks. I will review any sort of homebrew you want to send me. So if you do a rework of a class or a subclass, I'm happy to review it. That being said, I am going to be very much looking at the original and trying to understand your reasoning as to why you changed it, and be pretty intensely asking the question, is it necessary? Because I think that the biggest challenge you're pushed up against when you're redoing a class or a subclass that already exists is there needs to be enough of a reason why that isn't just, it's not good, I want to make it better. I feel like you need to be aiming, you need to have like a goal. It needs to feel like it's selling a story in the way that the original one isn't, because I think in not all circumstances, because there's exceptions here, but in a lot of circumstances, you can't go off of the assumption that everyone agrees with you that it's bad. Because a lot of people will just be like, I think the original is fine, and this is just a power gamey thing. And I think having a goal in mind where it's like, I wanted to try to rebuild a ranger as a total non-magical user, because I wanted to really lean into them just being like a physical thing, and I think I have enough mechanics to figure out how to flesh that out. Like, that is a cool idea, and I think nobody, even somebody that really likes the original Ranger, could look at that and be like, yeah, that's a cool idea. I'd want to know what that was. So I think you got to think about it from that perspective. Background rules have vague... Yeah, background rules are vague. It's true. What's up, Winter Dude? You can't wait to watch this? You need some slight inspiration? Let me inspire you with the glory of 1,000 sunrises and 1,000,000 sunsets and every flavor of cheese. You know, once I had a cheese... I once had a cheese that was so stinky that I couldn't even eat it. Isn't that crazy? I never would have guessed in a million years I would come upon such a cheese. What's up, Fuella DeVille? The Stevia, excuse me. How's it going? Welcome. Oh, I fucked something up. Chat, come back. Come back to me. There you are. Woo! Almost lost you for a second. What a nightmare that would have been. Okay. Horror Dude Bro, welcome. You're making a dragon cleric. What's my opinion on Camembert? What's Camen? I don't know what Camembert is. All right, you guys want to see the wheel? This is enough. Enough nonsense. Enough hootenanny. Let me show you this. Let me show you the wheel. Boom! Here's the wheel for tonight, friends. What do you think? It's pretty small compared to our normal wheel days, you know? Do you notice that? It's not a massive wheel today. It's not the size, it's how you use it. I once gave my players goggles of night, and 2 of them were fighting for it until they said, hey, why not break it and get 1 eye patch each? Hell yeah. Drawback for if you took goggles... Okay. If you take goggles of night and you want to break them in half so that everyone gets a lens of night... I would say that while they're using the lens, they should have disadvantage on perception checks. That's what I would do. Because they're squinting. Or maybe they have disadvantage on ranged weapon attacks because they lack depth perception. Ooh! One of those 2. That's better. That's really good. You're really good. I'd do weapon attacks in general. Okay. Weapon attacks in general could make sense. YouTube, Twitch can't hear you. Sorry. We are able to dual stream, but Twitch does not like mixed chats. You can talk to Twitch about how they should be more anti-segregation. When did you start streaming on YouTube? I was streaming on YouTube way before I was streaming on Twitch, but I started streaming just on Twitch about 3 months ago, and now I'm streaming on both. Okay. You guys know what we're doing tonight? Oh, Blur the Line sent something in too. Very nice. Twitch injustices. No, it doesn't matter. Where's the link? If you're in YouTube, the link is in the video description. Yeah. The thing is, people in my Discord were talking about how they felt like they wanted to do something with the wheel where there was like a bigger, not a bar, bigger bar to entry, but like rewarding people for taking their time and not rushing to get pieces in onto the wheel. You know, people that like are really going to try to put the effort in. And I couldn't really think of a way to do that, but I do think that these homebrew prompts, when they're like very specific, like this one, they kind of do that because it is, you know, the people that do want to put the time in to try to build something new, to try to, you know, really put the effort in, they get to be on the little wheel because they're not just taking something that they made from 3 months ago. They're taking something that they're like, oh, I want to try to be a better writer. I want to grow as a creator because at the end of the day, you know, that's what my whole show is about. Okay, this music is too mean sounding for the vibe of this really nice speech I'm making. That's also really mean sounding. Ah, yes. You know, at the end of the day here, music? You can't hear the music? At the end of the day here, we're not I don't really care about your homebrew. You know, I say this a lot on the stream. And it sounds mean, but it's really not intended to be mean. Because while I don't really care about your homebrew at all, I do care a great deal about you. I care a great deal about you. And you growing as a writer. So when I put together a writing prompt, like design a region and try to include some of these things, I'm not going to use your homebrew, and by the end of it, it might not be anything. It might be like, you might think it's bad. But by going through the process of trying to write it, and going through the process of trying to push yourself to like get it done in a time crunch? What's a time crank? I don't know. But by now I'm thinking about what a time crank would do. I'm traveling forward in time. It's like a steampunk time machine. But by trying to get homebrew done in a time crunch in certain parameters, you are practicing the muscle of writing, and you're practicing the muscle of creative thought, you know? And that is going to make you better at every writing you do and every homebrew you do forever. So it's why I don't really care about this homebrew that we're going to look at, because I care much more about the process. That being said, oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the sub. I was wondering if that was going to work. I think it did. Pookie twit. Looks like all the all right, cool. Looks like the I wasn't sure if my I had to sort of switch the way that I did my stream announcements so that they would work with YouTube and with Twitch. And I think they do now. We'll see. Anyway, Pookie, I appreciate it. And now you get a bunch of fun emotes. What was I fucking ranting about? I don't know. Some garbage about how you're all going to be amazing and how I actually care a lot about you. And I put on a facade to be a scary person because it's kind of funny. But at the end of the day, I mostly just want to make you feel good because at the end of the day, all I really want is to fill an emptiness that has been growing inside me. You know? Was that what we were talking about? Guys, oh man. At some point tonight, we have to do a dance party. A little one, at least, because I do have some new stuff that I want to show you that I can't show you just yet. I'll give you a little peek. I'll give you a peek. Here's a peek. I gave a peek at the beginning of stream, but here's a peek. We have things like this now, or this. So you know, we're gonna have some. You know, it's gonna get weird, probably. You know. Here, wait. You guys want to hear my regular voice?
Hey, what's up? It's me, CinderBlocksally. I'm here to be your friend. Hi, how's it going? Hi, nice to... Okay, so we're gonna look at some homebrew today. I'm really excited. It's gonna be pretty sweet. There we go. That's a little bit better. It's gonna be pretty sweet. We're gonna have a good time, and we're gonna have a really good time. No, this isn't Minor Illusion. I can cast Minor Illusion. Here, I'll cast this guy's self again. Give me 1 second.
Okay, there we go. It's back. Okay. Just tuned in? What a wonderful thing to just tune in for. You know, I keep forgetting that you actually have a body. Chat, I don't actually... Okay, I do right now. Okay, here's the thing. You guys gotta stop thinking about life so statically. I manifest what I need for what I need. So, when I stream a show like this, where I am giving you homebrew feedback, and there's an element of it being critical, and us having a conversation and whatever, I manifest a lot more of the flesh vessel, because you guys communicate very visually. It's not just with the words that are said, it's also with, like, the body and how it moves. And I want to feel closer to you, or rather, I want you to feel closer to me. You know. Why is Stream Elements sending things that I don't want it to send? Give me 1 second. Stream Elements, what are you doing? Stop that. Okay. Stream Elements. It's like Gandalf is the ageless fire spirit, but to interact with mortals, he puts on Gandalf costume. Yeah, it's actually exactly like that, Delport. In fact, I'm wondering if I'm owed some royalties. Should we spin the wheel? Have I been stalling long enough? Let's see. I think I stalled a pretty long time. Yeah, I don't see anyone else since the last time I checked. Let's give the wheel a spin. Let's give the bird a fly. I'm the reason your daughter and you play D&D together? That is the best compliment I've ever gotten, Captain Scarred. That is amazing. I have done well. If nothing else, I have done this. Thank you. That's cool. Let me pick my nose to end this. Perfect. In honor of the child. All right. Let's give the wheel a spin, shall we? Doop. T3 Dragoon is gonna be first. Well, how are you censored? What did you say? I have no idea why you were censored. Tolkien got censored? Why is Tolkien censored in my chat? What? I have no idea. That's so weird. All right, yeah, I guess Tolkien's troublemaker, I guess. Twitch auto mod coming at you. You clipped it and told her? Oh, sweet. All right, let's see. So we got our first piece of brew. We got our first piece of brew is from a person named T3 Dragoon. Removed mine after hearing it meant to be made from a tool from the ground up. Oh, so you removed it? Move on to someone else. Okay, strong first spin. Strong first spin. Very strong first spin. You like my channel? I like your channel, Goblin. Yeah, really good start. Strong start. Strong start. And a 1 and a 2 and a bippity boppity buggada 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 boo. Blur the line. All right, Mr. Line, what do you have for us today? Oh, Miss Line, excuse me. My random weather table took up its own page. If that disqualifies me, no hard feelings. We don't really do... I don't really do disqualifications for, like, regular... Why is the music so fucking intense? I don't really do disqualifications for stream nights like this, unless they're completely not doing the prompt. But, like... So, like, if you had a document that was, like, 30 pages, or it's fine. I'm still gonna read it. I also have 2 stat blocks. Those are just linked in the document. All right, depending on how much I enjoy the layout of your document, that's going to determine whether or not I look at those stat blocks. Because the layout of the document is going to be a big part of how engaged I am as a reader. Okay, let's take a look here. This is called the Wyvern Plains. I mean, I know why it takes up 2 pages. I can tell you that right now. It takes up 2 pages because you didn't really format it. You wrote it like an essay. So, this is fine. Writing this, there's nothing wrong with writing this way. But, when you are designing something for someone else to use, you have to sell them on that thing. And one of the most easy ways to make somebody more interested in reading a document is by it being dynamic in its structure. It's the same logic that we use for how we write our sentences. You don't want to have 3 really long sentences in a row. You don't want to have a huge wall of text all in a row. So I would, first and foremost, I probably, before I even read it, we're going to dive into it, but I'm going to say this part is too much text altogether. You got to break this up with something. You got to figure out something to sell these ideas indifferently than just 4 paragraphs like an essay. I like this song too. I think Google Docs is great to use. But I think that you could... I mean, one of the things that Wizards of the Coast does is they write everything in 2 columns. Something about 2 columns makes it easier to read a lot of the time. I don't know. Makes it more digestible. Makes it feel more like you're getting something done. So let's dive in to this Wyvern Plains. But that's my initial feedback about the format and the structure, is that, like... Honestly, even, like, if each one... So let me give you an example. If each one of these paragraphs was about a different element of the environment, like, let's say this one is about the natural terrain, this one is about the plant life, this one is about the animals. At the beginning of each paragraph, in bold letters, say the terrain, period, and then about the terrain. The wildlife, period. The plants, period. You know? So, I mean, that is the way. If you look at, like, any D&D, anything in D&D, like here, let's just grab I'll just grab a monster, for example, show what I'm talking about. But this is true of anything in D&D. When they're giving big lore, look how they organize it. It is blocks of paragraph, but there are these, like, mini headers when the subject switches that are in bold. And these are really important. because these are what you're using to, like, help people navigate the page. Do you need this for the document to make sense? No, you don't need it at all for it to make sense. But at the end of the day, we're trying to do more than make the document make sense. We're trying to make somebody actually want to use it. Why does Guard ever give opinions on the stream? Do you mean why doesn't Guard? Guard is a character I play in a podcast I'm in called Unbalanced Encounters, if people are curious what that is. This is the podcast. I play a big robot. His name is Guard. I don't have any art for him right now on the page, so we're not going to go hunting for it. Do I accept links from World Anvil? Yeah, as long as it's not crazy long. As long as it doesn't, as long as it's not more information than like a page of text, or that you would get onto a page. Does he ever show up on stream? Guard has never shown up on stream, but maybe he will someday. All right, let's take a look at this piece here. This is called the Wyvern Plains. General introduction. So yeah, your general introduction probably should be a paragraph. I don't think it needs to be 3 or 4. The Wyvern Plains are a large stretch of arid to semi-arid environments which border a number of prominent kingdoms. This placement makes the region a web of important trade routes, which is complicated somewhat by its relatively unforgiving ecosystem and dangerous weather. Honestly, really solid little intro. It is not very flavorful, but it is giving us, there's a lot of information crunched into this little bit here. We're getting environmental, we're getting political, we're getting sort of like, we're getting a little hint at the dangerous ecosystem. The Wyvern Plains have avoided any attempt to permanently settle within them. Have avoided any attempt to permanently settle within them? Who? You're missing the actor in this sentence. People in the Wyvern Plains. Yeah, this sentence doesn't make sense grammatically, just so you know. The Wyvern Plains have avoided any attempt to permanently settle within them. Yeah. There is no actor in that sentence. This is like saying a person avoided any attempt to settle within themselves, which I guess makes more sense, but that's almost more like, you know, a metaphor and a little bit more poetic. And that's actually a really nice poetry sentence. Resisted. Resisted would be a better word for sure. Blurred line. You writing it by tired. Listen, I'm going to be very blunt with you, and I'm going to use you as an example, and we're going to make this short and brief. Your excuses don't matter. I don't care about your excuses. Don't make them. Don't make them. They don't matter because you sent this to me. You stand by this. I don't think you were making an excuse. You might have just been acknowledging like, fuck, man, I was tired when I wrote that shit. But if that was the tone of an excuse, we don't need excuses. Because, again, remember what I said at the beginning. I don't care about your homebrew. I care about you. So if I give feedback, instead of giving excuse, you can go, oh, fuck. Okay, I either need to change that or, oh, fuck, Cinder's an idiot. I don't need to listen. But if you were just saying, yeah, man, I was fucking tired, then that's fine. Okay, rant over. Though nomadic groups have had success in the region for many centuries, 2 unique creatures that call the plains home make large structures or permanent agriculture difficult. I would probably not open the sentence that's going to be about weird animals with talking about the nomads. Proto-cattle and true wyverns. The true form of a bovine, which, despite being a mammal... What the fuck is this sentence? This is a very confusingly written paragraph so far. The former is a bovine, which, despite being a mammal, reproduces in a manner very similar to coral. Don't say very, just say similar. Small polyps grow along the back of the animal near constantly. with the polyps breaking off and developing into fully grown cattle. Okay, this rapid birth rate combined by the normal bovine lifespan could have destroyed the entire plains ecosystem. Thankfully, nature finds a way. This ecosystem is balanced by a powerful, malicious... Okay, so here's what you're going to do. You're going to cut about a third of this paragraph out. Cut out all the stuff that you mentioned at the... Cut all this stuff out. All this stuff. You can talk about... You can keep a tiny bit about how they're hard to settle. Make this paragraph only about the bovine. Don't even mention the wyverns yet, because you introduce the wyverns with this paragraph sentence here. So if you're doing it up here too, it's like you're double dipping and it feels weird. So don't do that. And then you have a paragraph about the wyverns, I'm going to hope. Well, we'll see. Wyverns are normally considered dangerous, but relatively weak dragons. They lack intelligence and elemental affinities of their true dragon counterparts, and are also smaller and physically weaker. The colloquially coined, true wyverns, of which the Wyvern Plains are known, and their size... Oh my god, this is so long, and this is saying such little information. Holy shit, this is a long sentence. Oh my god. Okay. Using their large size, true wyverns will create sandstorms by flying at high speeds and low altitudes. They use these to round up polyp cattle, caging them. Okay, so we're going to stop reading this paragraph here for a second. What all of this paragraph so far, what does it say? What does this paragraph say? What is the information we're getting out of this paragraph so far? I would argue we're getting one sentence. And I would argue, hi Walker, welcome. I would argue that sentence is, true wyverns are wyverns the size of adult dragons, period. We don't need these overly, like, almost like academic words to say something so straightforward. Just say that. Literally everything that we're saying here is boiled down to true wyverns are the size of adult dragons. So there's a lot of tightening up to do here. Remember, if you're trying to sell someone to use your homebrew, you don't need to be deep diving a whole lot of things, and you certainly don't want to be wasting words to say something that you could say in less words. A lot of that information is repeating what is in the baseline Wyvern stat block. Okay. They use these to round up poly cattle. What do they use? They make sandstorms. Okay, this is the first part where it becomes something kind of new. True wyverns create sandstorms by flying at high speeds and low altitudes. They use these to round up poly cattle, caging them into the eye of the storm before striking down like a bird of prey. Whatever the cattle they don't eat immediately is carried back to their nest, which lie at a large... Yeah, so your main issue is that you are just overly wordy. You're just overly wordy. So all of this information is cool, but realistically, you could probably make all of this 3 sentences, 4 sentences. And I think you would get all the information in that you needed. Maybe 5 sentences. Short ones, too. How long is stream going to go? I usually go till around midnight my time, which is Eastern Standard. I think there's an attempt to separate the term true wyvern from true wyverns, which I think would be easier if the names were something else, like storm wyverns or something. Oh, Delport. That's maybe... I don't know if that's intentional or not, but I agree that that would be helpful. Oh, can you get a link? Sure. Sorry. Here's the link for the YouTubers. Here's the link for the Twitchies. Link is up. Lincoln Park. That was a stupid joke. Okay. Some kingdoms have established rewards for the heads of true wyverns and true wyvern eggs. intending to remove the obstacle entirely. This has been met with a staunch resistance by caravan leaders to make off with to make a living off the plains and specific what? This has been met with staunch resistance by the caravan leaders to make a living off the plain. Wait, why would they have resistance to it? If they could settle, wouldn't the caravans be able to get more business? And specifically off of transporting people and goods through them. What? That's actually illogical. I disagree with the logic of that. They say that killing true wyverns would merely send the ecosystem into disarray, leading to an overgrowth of polyp cattle, which would spell disaster. Oh, I see. So that you're not telling the issue, because I thought you meant killing everything, the wyverns and the polyp and the. Okay. Okay. All of the information here is very cool. Blurred. All of the information here is very cool. But what is the information that all of these paragraphs are saying? We get the Wyvern Plains. This is great. Keep this. But all of the rest of this information is basically saying the Wyvern Plains are hard to settle because of two apex creatures. One is called a sandstorm wyvern, and one is called a polyp cattle. The polyp cattle reproduce in massive numbers, sort of like coral with polyps, and they run rampant and are massive. The wyverns hunt them by collecting them in sandstorms. A lot of people want the wyverns dead, but they're the only thing that keeps back the cattle from overrunning the land. Period. Boom. You don't need more than that. I'm not saying to word it exactly that, but you don't need a college essay amount of words to get that across. All right, so let's take a look at what else we're working with here. That being said, that ecosystem is cool. And there's a lot of plot you could build in that game world, you know? It creates a situation where there isn't really a right or a wrong, because the people that don't want to be killed by sand monsters, they're right in feeling that way. And then the people that want the sand monsters to eat the other sand monsters, they're also right. So there's some interesting dynamics you could play with there. Yeah, it's a little information overload, but the idea is, the nugget is strong. Like, if you can cut this thing down, if you could get this to like a third of the word length, you're going to have like a really punchy little intro to a place. And you don't need to spend, if you're giving the stat blocks for these monsters, you don't need to spend that much time describing them. You can spend a little, but you don't need that much. It's kind of like the setting for How to Train Your Dragon. There are heavy bounties that attract hunters from across the land. Do average people understand ecology like that? Are there lots of rangers or desert druids among caravans? I mean, I feel like that's not an unreasonable thing. All right, let's take a look at this weather. Before every traveling day in the Wyvern Plains, the DM must roll on 3 tables. Oh, a table 3 times. Excuse me. Each roll accounts for obstacles the party will encounter in the morning, midday, and afternoon, respectively. A DM can choose to simply roll once or twice for each table if they desire less active. Okay, this is nice. So what we're getting here is we're getting rules for travel in this desert. We'll look at the table in a second, but I want to point out something that I really like that's going on here. It is suggested that you roll 3 times a day, but we're also encouraged to roll as much or as little as we want. And what that does is it gives the person who's using this document a sense of how dangerous this place should be, which is 3 issues a day. But they can always tone it down. But it's like the recommended difficulty is 3 times a day. And it's a good thing to include. You know, it helps. Anytime we can include information that's going to help the dungeon master, where they're going to have to think a little bit less, that is more brain they can spend on just about anything else, which, you know, usually is the players and stuff like that. You love that? I love that too, Seth. I love it too. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Why is... You got to fix this. Okay, this is another formatting issue. Why is... You don't want one up here and the rest down here. That's silly. Get them together. Get them together. Put this up here. Note, dehydration from failing to drink a proper amount of water can be represented by gaining a level of exhaustion, or this can be hand-waved if normal survival mechanics are not front for your table. Another good little Dungeon Master footnote. Okay, so on a 1, so 3 times a day we're rolling a die. On a 1 we get a sandstorm, 2 to 6 blistering heat, 7 to 14 clear skies, 15 to 19 scattered rains, 20 rain. Oh, that is a fun table. I like how it's spread out. I like that the really rare ones are a sandstorm and rain, and then it goes from a hot to like a little bit of some water. Pat, how's it going, buddy? Pat, how's it? Look, I'm on YouTube and on Twitch at the same time. Isn't that weird? Whoa. Patrick is my dungeon master in Unbalanced Encounters. If you didn't know. If you didn't know. It's your first stream? Well, welcome, Bean. First-time streamers, love to have them. Oh, shit, I forgot I was going to do something. God damn it. Give me 1 second. I was going to play music that was appropriate for the area. We're in the windswept plains. Is this just wind? There we go. We're in the windswept plains. Isn't that nice? Well, I wanted it to be music too, though. All right, I'm going to find some windy music. Give me 1 second. You know what? Maybe we'll just keep the music that we were playing with the windswept plains in the background. We'll double up. We'll double dip. Oh, yeah, that's good. Guys, this is such an immersive stream. What if someone wrote an entire land's lore, then crunched down the font size to fit in 1 page? Then I wouldn't read the whole thing. And I would probably not spend that much time giving feedback to it. You forgot the description for the rain? That's okay. That just means you'll add it later. Prince of Persia would have good music for this. I was one of the lead composers on that soundtrack. Let's see what happens for these features. For Sandstorm, we get sandstorms strike fast and hard, making travel difficult. Roll 1d4, 1 being north, 2 being south, east, west. Okay, the sandstorm arrives from the resulting direction, moving very fast. I don't think you need to necessarily say how fast it's going. I think you could just say the effects of it. They create light obscurement, and anyone concentrating on spells to make a DC 10 concentration throw at the beginning of each of their turns. No, don't say every turn, say each of their turns. Every turn means every creature's turn in combat. So that means if the wizard would go, they'd make a con save, and then the cleric would go, and then the wizard would make a con save, and then the barbarian would go, and then the wizard would make a con save. So you say at the beginning of each of their turns. Yeah, I think this is cool. I think you could drop the speed encounter element, and I would just make it the other stuff. Let's look what blistering heat does. The light of the sun can be difficult to hide from in open plains. If a creature who lacks protection from intense heat travels in the blistering heat, they must succeed. I would say there's some redundant language here as well. There's... Ooh, who was that? What just happened? Somebody did something. Excomar, thank you for 2 months. Let's go. You don't even play D&D. This is just a chill spot to hang out. You're a chill spot to hang out. So what I would say here is I would say I would say, I would just say protection. Don't say from intense heat, because you say blistering heat again here. It just sounds weird to have the word heat in that much in the same sentence. It sounds funny. They must succeed on a DC 13 con saving throw at the end of every hour of travel. If they fail, they take a level of exhaustion to represent intense sunburn, heat exhaustion, and eventually complete dehydration and stroke. That's intense. I don't know if I would do that or not, but I accept it. I don't know how I feel about... I mean, I guess exhaustion is probably the easiest way to represent, like, being in the sun for too long. You could also make it the poisoned condition. I like what GeoStellar suggests also. Maybe having it so resistance or immunity to fire resistance makes this one not a big deal. Then we get clear skies. A traveler must drink water for every 2 hours of travel. Do they have to drink more water than normal or less? No, less. Cool. Clear skies are just nice old days. Breezy bee. And then scattered clouds, we have cloud cover. And it's just the cloud cover is what you want. Cloud cover is just a nice day. I know dehydration is no joke. What I'm wondering is if exhaustion is the best mechanic to represent it. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying I don't know. I'm saying that was the thing that I would think about a little bit if I was going to be putting more work into this piece. Okay, so what do we learn about this? So here's what I'll say. If I was given this document, what would I know? What would I do? What would I think about the Wyvern Plains? This whole document is really just two pieces of information. The first piece of information is that there are wyverns and there are cattle, and they are in a forever battle in the desert. And then the second thing that I would know is that the weather dramatically changes all the time in the desert. So, blurred, if those are not the two absolutely most important parts of this area, then that is something to think about. Because those are the two pieces of information that we are getting from this. If those are the absolute most important parts of this, then I think that you are accomplishing that goal of evoking that feeling. But I still think that there is room for growth here. I would cut this opening part in half. And I would include maybe an encounter table for ways that for things that players might encounter that involve the wyverns and the cattle, like, and their weird interactions. Like, are there big bone graveyards of the desiccated corpses of cattle that have dried out, like weird, that you said they grow like coral. Do they die like coral? Are there, do the sandstorms that the wyverns make change the terrain? Could they come upon maybe like weird upheaved things buried under the ground because a wyvern flew over and like tore up the sand? Those are the kind of things that I would consider adding to a piece like this. But overall, I think it's a cool little spot. It's a neat little area. Chat, what do you think? You like it? Yeah, bottle of endless water would be pretty good for this. You do? Good. I gotta get some water. Speaking of water. Speaking of water. Funny mug. Which one? This one? You saying this is a funny mug? Get it? Aren't I so funny? I made a joke. Create destroy water would also be good there. I'm running my current campaign in the desert, so I might actually implement something like this. Cool. Well, here, I'll post it in the chat again if anybody wants to take a look at it before we move on to the next one. I think there's some really solid bones going on here, Blurred. Really solid bones. Blurred, do you have any questions? If not, no worries. Guys, let's give Blurred... not Blur. I keep calling you Blurred. Blur the line. Blur, sorry. Let's give Blur a round of applause, please, for their Wyvern Plains. Very solid. Oh, that was a short one. Longer one. There we go. Thank you for sharing, Blur. See, nobody knew. Oh, the few, the frozen, the uncertain many. Oh shit! Music got intense there for a second. Should we spin the wheel again? I might add to what Cinder suggested and add orcs living in skeletons of a massive wyvern. That could be cool. Fast growing cacti that can be an additional hazard, maybe. Yeah, sure. Rigged. The wheel's rigged. Yeah, get your yammering out. You're scared of the wheel today? Why? Because it's small. Because it's a little itty bitty wheel. It's just a little itty bitty little itty bitty little itty bitty wheel. Just a little itty bitty little itty bitty little bitty witty wheel. You know? It's not that big a wheel. You know? I'm gonna enjoy getting into some of the weeds with these suggestions. Cool. That's true. You do need a plant for the coral guys to eat would make sense. Because what are they eating out there? The setting I'm working on is currently a jumbled mess of concepts. And also, for some reason, I can't bring myself to actually write about it. Here's what I'm going to say to that, Shades Moth. Let's have a moment. Because that's a good thing to have a moment about. Come here. Come here. Wait, no. Come here. No, wait. Come here. Here's the thing. If you have an idea and it's a jumbled mess and you're really excited by it, but you can't get yourself to sit down and start actually writing it, that's probably why it's a jumbled mess. And as much as it's fun to brainstorm, at a certain point, you should write it down. You should allow yourself to be free of it and to refine it. Because everyone says they have a book, but those that actually write it are the ones that learn how to write a book, you know? You don't learn how to do it till you try it. And you don't try it till you try it. So you might as well give it a try. Write your ideas down. Start working on them. All right. Done. That was nice. You're nice. Is this what it's like having an interaction with the Fae? I'm not Fae. I could show you what it's like to have an interaction with the Fae if you want. Do you want to know what it's like to have an interaction with the Fae? Because we could do that if you want. That's doable. I've done that before. No? Nobody said yes. You're scared to say yes, but sure? Why are you scared? Don't be scared. You got nothing to be afraid of. You got nothing in the whole world to be afraid of. The only thing you got to be afraid of, really, at the end of the day, is me and my uncle. Who's your uncle? What the fuck are you talking about, Cinder? What the heck are you talking about? Uh-oh, streams just got weird. He's not even doing anything anymore. He's not even doing anything anymore. Do you want to actually know what the Fae sound like? I can do Fae. Here, I'll do Fae. Give me a second. This is like, here. This is my impression of you're wandering through the woods and you bump across like a weird little cute little Fae creature and you accidentally like make a promise to be its friend forever or something. But you don't realize that you like tether yourself to it and you're stuck in the Feywild forever. Okay, you ready? Here, I'll go green for it. So that's kind of what it's like. That's my impression of a Fae. Was that good? Did I do okay? Did you like it? Was it an alright job? Did I do a good impression? I hope so. What are we doing again? Oh yeah, we're talking about homebrew. Man, I love getting distracted though, don't you? Isn't that fun? Isn't it? You thought it was pretty good? Good, I'm glad. I'm glad. Listen, Haas, as long as you thought it was good, that doesn't matter. I mean, nothing else matters. That's all that matters. Everyone else, you know, give or take. Take it or leave it. Ice cream or sandwich, as they say. I don't have stat blocks. I'm not a D&D character. All right, let's see. Little check. All right, here, let's give the wheel a spin. Boo! It's Buito. Now, when I see a name that is similar to one of my mods' names, but if they spelled it differently, I immediately like, is that my mod? That one of my mods? Don't know. Might be. It might not be. That's the mystery of my universe. It's made in Homebrewery, and it says this is a thing I made. Let's see what it is. The Breach of Azathoth. Cool. Cool name. All right, let me toss this up in the chat. Twitch. Let me throw you a curveball. Boom. YouTube, it can't leave you out to dry. Boom. All right. You wouldn't miss this stream for the world? Oh, Hex, you're very kind. The thing is, Blurred Line. So Blurred Line just said Cinder's stat block would be a piece of paper that says I win. And can I tell you the tricky thing? That would be all of your stat blocks. Because when you're playing, you're winning. And everything's a game to you, isn't it? That was a weird turn. I'll take it though. All right, let's take a look at this Breach of Azathoth. Azathoth feels like a Cthulhu word. Is Azathoth a Cthulhu word that I don't know? I'll tell you what, though, you're really making me dance with my speech impediment. Oh, it is. It's this guy. Oh, I watched a YouTube video about this guy the other night. It's like the ancient. It's the OG. You thought its name was familiar or something? This one could be great. Everything is a game and the goal is to win. Well, not everything is a game. First person in the chat to name 6 things that aren't a game wins. You have to name them all in the same message, though. Don't list them individually or it doesn't count. That way you actually have to think about it first. You can't just spam shit. Thinking Lincoln over here. Is Azathoth one of my cousins or old friends? Yeah, I guess. How long do you need? Okay, here's a question. How long do you need to go between talking to friends before they're not friends anymore? They're people that used to be your friends, but you still think of them fondly. Dog, cat, fish, yeti, dragon, and Cheeto. I feel like there might be a game that is fish or dog or cat, but I accept the rest. Pears, grass, carpet, walls, trees, lemon. Okay, this is a funny one. Lemon, John, bug, giant, goober, flip. Okay, flipping is a game for sure, though. Grab, glebe. Grabbing kind of is a game, too. Glebe, Harry, ketchup. Ketchup, not a game. That's very funny. Oh my god, you guys are really good at this, actually. These are so funny. Mars mythology, swords, shields. Bunch of fucking nerds. Anyway, how long do you have to go between seeing friends before they're no longer a friend? They're just sort of like someone you think fondly of. Because that might be my relationship with the big Azzy. We haven't spoken in a while. Okay, let's take a look at this piece. I see how it, okay, so we have like little title headers. This is another one of those pieces sort of similarly to the other one where I wish it was a little bit more broken. Okay, here's what I'm noticing immediately just from a layout perspective. We have overview, effects, encounters, plot hooks, lore, powers, NPCs. All of this is cool. And hidden secrets. But then we get into all of these special conjuration or rather spellcasting related things. You see that? So if you are going to have a whole section that is like the vibe, and then a whole section that's separate from that related to types of magic, or maybe this is a subsection of one of these, I would make it stand out a little bit more. I would put a bigger heading break here, or I would put something to make this not just seem like it was a title of features in the same sort of way. You know? Magical unusualnesses, or whatever. I'd rather have the vibe and be more in-depth, to be honest. Well, I haven't read it yet, so. There it is in the YouTube if anyone wants to read it. Did I post it in the Twitch yet? I did not here. Maybe I did. I'm posting it again in the Twitch. There you go. Boom. Let's take a look. The breach of Azathoth lies on the fringes of known lands, where the fabric between the material plane and the far realms wears thin. Here, reality twists under the gaze of entities beyond comprehension, and the landscape itself rebels against the laws of nature. Okay, I agree. I think we could use a little bit more of explicit explanation. This is a good intro that, like, an old wizard would tell your party before they traveled there. Like, be wary when you get to the breach of Azathoth, for it lies on the fringes of the known lands, where the fabric between material and far realm wears thin, where reality twists under the gaze of entities beyond comprehension, and the landscape itself rebels against the very laws of nature. Which is cool, but as a Dungeon Master tool, I want a little bit more carbs with my steak. I want more cake with my icing. I want more blood with my sacrifice, you know? Just a little. Maybe like another paragraph or two. Not two. Just one more paragraph, I would say. Small one, too. I would say it depends on how good your relationship with the person is before you stop talking to them. I have a friend who lives in California who I consider really close, and we talk maybe every 2 months. I think 2 months is not unreasonable, but what about like 2 years? What about 5 years? If you haven't talked to somebody in 5 years, are they still your friend? Or are they just somebody that you like, that you remember, and like would hang out with, and would be friendly with, and would want to see, but you haven't spoken to them in 5 years? You still, I don't know. I'm not saying that you can't have a relationship with them and can't love them. I'm not saying it would necessarily means things are bad. I just wonder when the friendship becomes not a friendship, and it becomes more like a warm thing that you hold inside. I think it's different for everybody, and I think it's probably different for every friendship. Speaking of which, let's talk about the breach of Azathoth. 5 is pushing it, 2 is reasonable. All right. Unique effects, reality fracturing, and eldritch influence. This is exactly what I was talking about in the other piece. We get these nice little bold statements that just tell us what we're going to be diving into. Spells and abilities may have unpredictable outcomes. Okay, this is literally a perfect place to introduce this as a table. Just say see table below. And then, or say, see spell effect table below. And then call this the spell effect table or something. You're giving us such an easy way to tie this into this in a way that's going to feel good. Wield it. Eldritch influence. Creatures within the region may spontaneously mutate or gain strange abilities, reflecting their exposure to the far realm. I also would want to see a suggestion table for that here, for this also. You don't have to do that, but that would be a nice thing. And it could literally just be, you know, suggestions of things you would add on to creature stat blocks. It's never bad to make new friends out of old friends. That's true. But you still have to see each other to do that or talk to each other. That's all I'm saying. I have some good friends that are old friends made new. Old friends. Old friends. Old friends. You know? Encounters. If I was going to make a table for this, I would probably include alternative attacks that they could have. Maybe you could give them like spitting acid. You know what you could do? You could use the Simic hybrid as like a... You guys know the Simic hybrid? You could use the Simic hybrid... The Simic hybrid. You could use the Simic hybrid as like almost like a way to build unique creatures or eldritch creatures. The things that the Simic hybrid gets aren't eldritch, but they're eldritch feeling, you know? Like, you could give them giving like a lion manta glide, or giving a frog acid spit, or a giraffe acid spit would actually be kind of fun, because it would be like a, you know? Encounters. We have twisted aberrations, eldritch cultists, and far realms emissaries. These ones are common, which are creatures transformed by the breach. These ones are uncommon, which are followers of ancient and noble gods seeking to widen the breach. And these are far realms emissaries, alien entities that have slipped through the breach, pursuing inscrutable agendas. Okay, here's my question about this. What is this? This is a suggestion for the types of encounters that would happen in this area and the frequency at which they would. That's the information we're getting out here. I'm wondering if this is the way that makes sense to write it. Because it seems to me the most important part of this is the rarity of the encounter and the suggestions for what those things are. So if I was going to make this table, what I probably would do is I probably would make it more like a proper table. And then I would say encounters types or encounters. And then I would say common encounters, uncommon encounters, and rare encounters. And that would be like the first column. And then the second column would say what all of the different encounters suggestions were. Because that really is the part of that's the piece of information that's going to help us here the most. So whenever you're putting anything out there that's not like a very specific piece of homebrew, but something that is more of like a general guide, you really want to think about not just the information that you're putting in there, but what part of that information is the most important and how to format your document so that most important information is in the forefront. Does that make sense? Am I talking crazy? I would also like to see some suggestions for creatures to use here. You know, this is like the perfect opportunity to be like, here's like 6 different monsters that might be here. And you could literally just pull them from the monster manual. Simic hybrid is good. Yeah, for sure. A suggestion I have is the alternate abilities the Crassus have. That could also work for sure, too. You could also pull some from the unspeakable horror, if you wanted to. And then we get some plot hooks. I like a good plot hook. Plot hooks can be a really fun thing. You know what? On more than a few occasions, I have been in situations or have seen situations where somebody was not really interested in an idea. And then a plot hook for that idea is what made them become very interested. A plot hook is like a window of potential. So when you're writing plot hooks for an area, what you should be thinking about is, what is something that a casual reader wouldn't think about this place, or wouldn't think to think about this place, but once they do, they realize it's got quite a bit more going on than they initially thought. Or once they do, it's going to help linchpin some of these things together and get them excited about it. Let's see, we have Seal the Breach, A Lost Mind, and the Artifact of Karzul. Ooh. I love a good Karzulian artifact every now and then. You know? Gets the blood going. You like 1E? I never played 1E. Scholars of the Arcanes... This is Seal the Breach. Scholars of the Arcane seek brave souls to close the breach before it expands further, threatening the world. Then we have A Lost Mind. A renowned sage ventures too close to the breach and returned changed. His family seeks to help restore his mind. The ancient relic capable of controlling or exacerbating the breach's effect has been uncovered. Here's what I'm going to say. I think of all of these three, the middle one is the strongest by far. By far. Hello, Dominique. Welcome. This one, I feel like, is too low-hanging fruit. And I like the idea of an artifact that does something, but I almost want the artifact to do something that isn't just the big old hole, right? Like get a little bit more into something new. Like, this is... You could use an artifact that does something weird. That's a great way to include some nuance into the idea of the game. This, I feel like, has its feet on the ground the most. And that's why I think it's probably the best, or the strongest, rather, of these three plot hooks. If I was going to include these in my game, I feel like A Lost Mind is like a clear, good place to start. This is like a little open-ended, broad. And this kind of feels the same as this in a weird sort of way. Like, this is like scholars want to close the breach. There's an artifact that can close the breach, you know? Or can open it, or whatever. Same sides, different coin. Hey, you got a random question? I love a random question. I might have a random answer. We'll see. The lore. The breach is said to be the result of a failed experiment by an archmage named Karzul, who sought to harness the power of the Far Realm. His tower, now a twisted spire of impossible geometry, stands as a warning at the center of the region. This is very similar to the plot of the movie Annihilation, or the book Annihilation. If a vampire wore an eye patch with a tiny mirror inside of it, could they see behind themselves? Yep, I think so. If the mirror was silvered. If it was a silver-based mirror. Not if it was like a copper one or a bronze one. I don't think they made copper mirrors. Bronze would be what it would be. I think this is cool. This lore should just be up here at the top with this. These should be together. I don't know if copper mirrors existed. I know bronze ones did. That's why, depending on, like, if you ever see, like, certain old paintings, the depictions of people. This is a very specific thing, and I've only seen it, I think, maybe once or twice. But sometimes in the depictions of older paintings, where people are looking at mirrors, the reflection in the mirror will have like a tint to it. It's because they weren't the nice ones; they weren't the silver ones. All right, let's take a look at powers. The area around the breach is a no man's land, avoided by local kings and lords and kings. However, the sages of the cosmic, pondering a coalition of mages and scholars, operate nearby, studying the phenomenon to keep its dangers at bay. Cool, I love it. You got a bunch of little wizard scientists doing experiments at the edge of a cosmic horror. Very fun. And then we have 2 suggestions for NPCs. 3. One is Iris the Fractured Keeper, and then one is Karzul the Echo in Madness, and then one is the Herald of Azathoth. These are fun titles. The Fractured Keeper is a cool name, and Echo in the Madness is a cool name too. You know? Seems like they're talking about the same thing in overview and the lore. Well, I think that the difference is that this is the history, and this is sort of the present state of things. But this reads, the way this is written is almost the way I want this to be written. I like the language of this. I just feel like this should be a quote. Let's see what the Fracture Keeper keeps. A mage, a mage of sages, partially affected. If a coalition of mages is a thing, title these, or not title them, give them capital letters, punctuate them. Capitalize them. That's what's one of it. A mage of the sages. This should be capitalized, because if it's not capitalized, a mage of the sages sounds silly. This is a silly sounding phrase, and if you don't intend for it to sound silly, there's something wrong. Sounding silly is important. Or not sounding silly is important. So. Oh, this song? I don't know what's this song. One thing that I want to point out here is that while this is all good information for telling us who this person is, it doesn't really tell us anything unique about the person. If you're going to be offering suggestions for NPCs, I think one of the most important things to get in there is some indication of that NPC's goals, their vibe, the way they hold themselves, their personality. Excuse me. This is like the bare bones. This is what they do for a living. And I think that we don't really you don't really need to help someone with that a lot of the time, you know? Like, the person who's using this is going to infer any of this information if you just say that they are part of the coalition of mages. So I think we need a little bit more personality in here. And then we have Karzul, Echo in the Madness. The spirit of Karzul, trapped between worlds, occasionally offers cryptic advice or warning to the same exact feedback. One of the most important things for NPCs, what are their goals? What are their driving emotional forces? What do they care about? That stuff is super important. Hey, Cinder, little question. Will there be a form before the stream for members review? Yes, there is. It's already up. It's in the Discord. Stream starts for me at 1 a.m. Yep, it's in the Discord. So if you're a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch, you can submit Homebrew tomorrow for our big open wheel where there is no rules or parameters. You could send in a class, you could send in a monster, you could send in whatever you want. And you find the link for that in my Discord, or if you're on YouTube, you can also find it. I'll be posting it in the members section of stream. I'll be posting it in the members section of the YouTube probably tonight after stream. but it's already up in the Discord in the members section. So for anybody that is a member on YouTube or wants to be a member on YouTube, consider becoming one to do that. Be a very cool member. Or if you're a Twitch person. Basically, the way that I have it working across all the platforms is it's $5. So it's the $5 membership to get to be a part of the member stream on YouTube. It's this $5 subscription on Twitch. It's a $5 thing on Patreon. So whatever you want to use. How long does stream go for? Stream usually goes till about midnight, give or take. I sometimes go later depending on how energized I am by the community or by my own self-righteousness. Yeah, I posted it today. I usually post it the day before. Let's see. Do we get any drive of this? The Herald of Azathoth, a mysterious figure who leads cultists. Yeah, no. So all of these, I like these ideas for NPCs. They make sense, but we need something more to them. This is a little too bare bones, I think. Like, I might as well, if you just change the name and there's nothing original, I could just call it, Tony the, I don't know, you can always change the name, but I guess what I mean is there's just no depth here, and I need something to hold on to that makes them unique, that makes them stand out, that makes them distinct. Hey Cinder, I'm new to D&D and DMing and just wanted to say I love your channel and it's helped me grow creatively. Love what you do, man. Psh, I love what you do, Cash Callahan. Thank you for that. That was very kind words you just said. Hey Cinder, I just seen your video about the False Hydra. Big fan of the idea, but I ran into a couple technical issues planning the campaign. False Hydras are really hard to run. That does not surprise me. I only ran it for my group the way that I ran it because I felt like I had all the tools that I needed, and I also was very much and still am a dungeon master that kind of makes shit up as I go. What's the difference between PCs and NPCs the moment they hear the song? I don't know what you mean by that. Whenever anybody hears the False Hydra, they don't see it. Same for everybody. How would you make a campaign with multiple factions they can join? I would probably have the campaign start in an area that was either a safe haven or a middle ground or a part that wasn't completely controlled by a faction, but it allowed them to meet basically and get the vibe of the different factions and then sort of, travel in that direction. How do you manage if a player is killed by the False Hydra? What I would say is you should go out of your way to have the False Hydra not be a monster that they fight head on, but have it be a monster that they solve like a mystery in such a way that it doesn't end in a fight. So you don't even have to think about it. The False Hydra doesn't work well as a monster in combat. Partially because everything that makes it exciting and cool and mysterious and strange sort of melts away as soon as you start hitting it with a sword. But then the other thing about it is the issue of if a character dies, you kind of just have to say everyone forgets it, and that sucks. So I would plan the part of my campaign that was around the False Hydra as it being sort of like a mysterious backdrop while they were doing other things that they sort of was sort of revealed to them. The way that I had it work was they went to this town, and I'm not going to explain all the nuances of what I did because that's like a whole YouTube video that I don't want to make. But in terms of like the action of the story, the town was just super weird and creepy and a little uncanny, and everything seemed off. And all of that was because of the False Hydra. They thought it was because of these monster things that they were hunting, and they were hunting monster things. But eventually they learned about the False Hydra in the sewers of a place, and the way that they fought the false hydra and killed it was that they found its root, because in my story, the false hydra grew like a tree. So they found its root system, and they burned its root system. So they didn't ever actually really fight it. It was more like an environmental effect than it was a specific monster. It was like an infection in a town that was like growing up like a virus. It wasn't like a monster running around. Let's take a look at hidden secrets. Beneath Karzul's tower lies a network of tunnels leading to a device capable of either sealing the breach or bringing forth a sliver of far realm into the material plane. Cool. So it's nice to include a little bit of, you know, if you did want to turn this into an adventure where they have to figure out how to close the breach or whatever, it essentially gives us a plot point where we can be like, hey, do you want to close the breach or do you want to make it worse? Which is nice to include. I do think I would want to include more here than just what it is. Like, a little bit more of the vibe of the area. Just more details. A little bit more crunch. A little bit more. The problem that I'm getting, honestly, with a lot of this, not the concept, but a lot of, like, the NPCs and even with the hidden secrets, is it all feels fairly surface level. And while, you know, it might not matter, you know, it might be like, well, of course it's surface level. That's what makes sense. I get you and I get that. But remember that when we're building these things for other people to use, they're going to come up with surface level stuff. We don't need to cover a lot of that. We want to cover the creative, weird, nuanced things that we are the only ones that would think of because we're the ones that made the place. And we include them not just to be like, oh, that's a cool idea that somebody wouldn't have thought of, but it helps that person start to visualize the totality of the place. You know what I mean? Do you think that if a character wrote nothing for their backstory and the dungeon master and the player agreed on giving them memory loss so we discovered the backstory through the story, that could be cool, sure. I know a lot of people that play like that sometimes. It's a way to do it. One thing that I would do if you were the dungeon master in that situation is I would ask the player if there are any sorts of things they really don't want in their backstory or they really do want in their backstory in terms of even just vibes, because I could see a situation where you end up revealing their backstory and they're a little bit bummed. They're like, oh, that's not what I wanted it to be. I don't like that. And you don't want to create that situation unintentionally, you know? Accidentally, I should say, not unintentionally, excuse me. You know what I mean? But yeah, same difference. And then we get some stuff with magic here. We have abjuration, conjuration. Okay, we got a bunch of stuff. Let's see. Abjuration, unstable warding. Swap resistances and vulnerabilities at random amongst affected individuals. For instance, the shield spell might gain resistance to fire, making the caster vulnerable to cold. Wait, what? What is that? You didn't... The example you gave isn't what you... What do you mean? Shield doesn't... Are you implying that the shield spell would now start to grant resistance to fire? Or are you saying if a shield spell did grant resistance to fire, it would make the caster now vulnerable to cold? Or are you saying that it would now just do both of these things? I am a big fan of having magic do different things in different systems. That's cool. Like magic affected by the environment. But you got to be really fucking clear here. This is confusing. This is... And be clear. You got to write more clearly. Because this is not swapping resistances and vulnerabilities. This is giving resistance and vulnerability to a spell that normally doesn't have either. So it's like completely different than the sentence up here. Yeah, affected individuals is very unclear language. From a D&D mechanical perspective, it's not... I wouldn't do it that way. We're probably not going to read all of these. Let's take a look at Conjuration. Conjuration spells exhibit unpredictable traits and abilities. A summoned elemental might possess the ability to phase through objects. Okay, so all of these are cool. Give us mechanics. Give us mechanics. Give us one mechanical suggestion. Okay, I think we're going to stop reading these here. I think, honestly, my feedback is kind of the same for these too. This is a really cool idea. A space where there's a pocket that is opening unreality and things are melting and changing and it's held off and there's like a group of wizards that are studying it. That is the plot to the sci-fi movie Annihilation, which is one of my favorite sci-fi movies. It's fantastic. But this doesn't... This read... Now that I'm reading it over, this reads less like a guide for running this in a game and more like a outline for someone else to, for more like an outline that like you're more like a brainstorming outline. Does that make sense? Like all of these are cool ideas, but they're not thought out. They're not thought through. We're not being given any mechanical weight here. It's all just like, oh, this would be cool. Maybe this would do this. Maybe this would do this. And while I think that that is fine for your own personal notes, if your goal is to write something that somebody else in the world is going to use, throw in some mechanics, throw in specifics. I feel the same way about the NPCs. We're getting very vibe surface level, and we need to be going into the weeds a little bit more when we're writing Homebrew. We need to be uplifting our dungeon master by giving them mechanics that they can implement in their game, not just suggestions for things that they can figure out their mechanics for on their own. I like the idea a lot. I just wish it had a little bit more meaty guidance as opposed to general guidance. One more word would have put it at 2 pages. That's fine. That's very funny. Also, hi, Bildo. If that's the case, then I would say I still think I would still pull some of this information out and focus in on others. You know, realistically, you could cut this encounter table. You could probably cut lore or tie lore into this opening or replace it with this opening or just change the way you're writing these things, because the formatting is not really an excuse for not going into depth, but I do see what you're saying. It's a very cool idea. I like it a lot. I want more meat. When I see that conjuration makes creatures grow and change with different ways, I think that's awesome. And I really want there to be like a table or something that I can roll on to see how that works, you know? Because when I don't see a table, I'm like, oh, I gotta figure it out. I don't want to have to figure it out. All right, let's give Bildo, I knew it was you, even though you said Guido. All right, let's give Bildo a round of applause. Yeah, 1 page is not a lot. You don't have a lot of space to work. You really have to pick and choose the things that matter to get into your area and to get into your piece. Great work, Bweebs. Bildo. People are calling you Bweebs now. That's funny. That is funny. Funny how? Funny like a clown? Should we spin again? Probably. Phantasmal Emperor. Oh, it's the Emperor of Phantasm. Wonder what they have for us. Inspired by a dream after being run over by a Ferrari. What? Don't know why, but I just saw loads of blue sand. Well, there's definitely a weird backstory there, but that's for another time. All right. What did I talk about earlier about walls of text, guys? This is a really good example of how a wall of text might make you feel ways that aren't the most fun. Look at this. Look at this thing. It is a lot of words with very little indents. Doesn't it feel like work to read it before we even start? Why do you think that is? Part of it might be because there's very little paragraph indent and there's these giant blocks of text. I think another part of it is that while we do get some discrepancy of paragraphs with little bolds here, we don't get it anywhere else, which makes me feel like there's going to be a lot of ideas that are really long-winded. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what my lizard brain tells me. It's like having long levels between save points. It's also like running. You just need a break. And then the other thing that you got to ask yourself is what's the most important thing a dungeon master needs to use an area in your game? Is it the history? The biggest section in this document by far is the history. Not suggestions for how the game works. Not anything for the dungeon master to really use in their game. Unless they want to pull the very specific plot of the history of your place into their thing. I'm not saying don't include a history, but I'm saying when you include history as the largest section, that's a choice. You should question that choice. This is called Zankir Blackfang's Guide to the Azure Desert. Not you just said guide. You forgot the word to. Get the word to in there, buddy. The Azure Desert. Oh, by the way, if anyone's watching and they want to submit anything to the stream, you can right now. If you are on Twitch, just do the command wheel. And if you are on YouTube, just click in the link in the video description. The Azure Desert is one of the most unique locations I have ever had the pleasure of visiting. This is nothing. What the fuck are you doing starting with this? Come on, Phantom. You know better than this. What information does this sentence give us? How does this help us as the reader? How does this help us? What does this do to A, make us interested, or B, give us any information? Does nothing. Completely get rid of this whole sentence. This is a perfect example of a sentence that genuinely says nothing. You don't want to start with that, man. Your first sentence. It's your first sentence. You got to come out swinging. You need to hit them hard with that opening sentence. Your opening sentence needs to be a banger. Especially if you're going to have this much text. Holy moly. If you want to have this much text without formatting, you need to sell that opening. This is like the way you would this makes me think like this makes me feel like I'm reading like a 9th grader's essay that they wrote about their college, that they wrote about like their 2 weeks abroad, you know? Like we don't get that shit out of there. A vast expanse of sapphire sands greets the eye, broken up by only the occasional spire of gently growing crystal. That's a good sentence. That's a cool description. More of this. Be specific. How, you know, it's actually crazy to me that you wrote such a specific sentence and you also wrote such a broad. These two sentences were written by the same person. That's madness to me. Despite its aesthetically pleasing appearance, the desert is home to many dangers. Again, too vague. The flora and fauna have made the place their home and are especially tough. Many have anti-magic properties. Mana-infused storms scour the land. Okay. None of this information matters. The only part of this information that matters is animals that live there. The plants and animals that live there have anti-magical properties. That matters. And then there's magic-infused storms that scour the landscape. causing magic items and things to go haywire. Okay. I'm going to tell you right now, I really, really, really hope you have mechanics included in here for what it means for flora and fauna to be anti-magic and for magic items and spells to go haywire. I really hope you got those mechanics in here. If you don't have those mechanics in here, it's a little frustrating because it's like you have such a cool idea and then you're not giving it to us. Here it is in the chat, by the way. If it's going to be written from a personal perspective, it should all be written from a personal perspective. Second point, maybe a personal perspective was an inefficient use of space here. Yeah, I think that's a big part. Hugely inefficient use of space. All right, we're going to skip around a little bit here because I don't actually want to read these giant blocks of text. In the heart of... And this is just... Let's see. This is just nothing information also. In the heart of Blue Sands, and if it's not nothing information, then it needs to be it needs to sit in a place that makes me not feel that way. In the heart of the Blue Sands, a sandstorm forms a wall hundreds of miles high. If one is curious, it goes on for kilometers. This is like waste of words. You're wasting words. What's a better sentence? If one is curious, it goes on for hundreds of kilometers, creating a perfect circle. Or, it goes on for hundreds of kilometers, creating a perfect circle. It's such a better sentence if you cut this shit out. You're shooting yourself in the foot, my guy. What's up, Verpal? We're looking at regions. D&D regions. If one looks hard enough and through the tumultuous storm, one may see glimpses of a city made of glass. That, dear reader, is the age. Okay, yeah, I would honestly, dude, I would cut 99% of this. If you want to do a cute little quote from the writer here, do it. But don't write the whole, like, this, it is a challenge to write a, it's not easy, it's harder. You're making it harder for yourself to, when you're trying to write something in someone else's voice. And that is really not helping you here. You can do it. In fact, if you can do it well, it'll be really cool. But right now, the fact that you have chosen to write this from the perspective of a character and not just as a general narration, you're really shooting yourself in the foot. I'm going to read some of this. I'm going to read this paragraph until I don't want to read it anymore. No one should be forced to read a paragraph this dense. That's, you know, we're here for fun. We're not here to torture each other. So let's just see. The history of the Azor Desert. The origin of the Azor Desert is well documented in many texts in the Great Library of Yib, but for brevity's sake, let me summarize it for you. Holy fuck! I want to stop reading this now. Do you know what this sentence tells us? Literally nothing! This is the most long... There's so much irony here. Look how long this sentence is. How dare you mention brevity with this fucking sentence? That's madness. Long ago, when the Blue Sands were fertile grasslands, a mighty kingdom of magic practitioners made it their home. Their magic was far more advanced than anything we came across today. I don't really know what today is, so that doesn't mean anything. They had ruled their kingdom. Why they had ruled? Extra words. What is with these extra words? How about this? How about this? How about this? Instead of they had ruled their kingdom, how about this? They ruled their kingdom. It's not that crazy. Get that word out there, my guy. We don't need that. Too many words. I think maybe what's happening here is you're so focused on trying to capture a tone of voice that is somewhat academic or whatever, but it is making you write in a way that is weirdly long-winded and is lacking really some, it's lacking meat. And, like, these names don't mean anything. Library of Yib, that doesn't mean anything. I know, I see now that there's axolotlkin artificers, but that doesn't mean anything. I have no idea what, like, they're just random things now. Okay, I'm going to read a little bit more of this history, but my guess is this history is not adding anything that people, like, are going to use. That's what I would say based on the way it's written so far. With their power came arrogance. This led to one of their high princes to declare that his kingdom had no need for deities, and that with their knowledge and power they stood above the gods and would revere none. Of course, anyone who knows anything about deities knows... Oh my god, these sentences. Get all of these fucking sentences out of here. Anyone who's anything about is so weird language. Don't use that. Like, this whole sentence could just be, Alat, the goddess of arcane, would not stand it. Period. That would be such a better sentence than this one. You're using so many words. Okay, I'm gonna be... Yeah, this is not it. If this matters to you, if this is important... You need to figure out a way to tell this in a way that is interesting and not one giant meat sandwich of flavorless meat. Yeah, this whole thing could basically be like, gods destroyed the kingdom. You don't need much more than that. We don't need all of these people's names. We don't need the axolotlkin artificers unless they're really important for something else we're putting in here. This is the amount that this whole opening so far is, I would say, maybe a quarter of it is worth keeping. Everything else kind of just feels like redundant. And if you like the ideas that are in here, you deserve to respect those ideas enough to figure out a way to express them in a way that is interesting. You need to figure out how to express them in a way that somebody who doesn't care about any of your writing, someone who doesn't care about you, would become interested by reading the words. Because at a certain point, you have to ask yourself a question with your creation, which is like, what do I care about? What is my goal here? And if you care about your writing, then you should respect it. And if you respect your writing, then you gotta give it a chance to be interesting. And I'm sure there are interesting ideas in here. But they're caked down, they're weighed down by this block of text and these overly academic, roundabout ways of saying things. All right, we're finally getting into some mechanics, hopefully. We get sandstorms. The Azure Desert has presented travelers with a unique problem. The sandstorms which occur play havoc with all things magical. When a sandstorm is 60 feet away, it puts extra strain on creatures to cast spells. What does that mean, 60 feet away? I feel like that's a weird range for storms. I feel like if a storm is 60 feet away, you're just in it. You know, storms are like clouds. They kind of like fade in. So I might make it a farther range than that. Verpal, not only did I used to be an English teacher, but I feel like you have asked me that question before. Okay. Okay. So, again. I'm gonna just beat you over. I'm gonna club you until this is in your fucking brain. Structure. Where are the mechanics and where is the flavor text here? There's some mechanics here. And there's some mechanics here. This needs to stand out from this. And these need to stand out from this. Otherwise, people are not going to notice things. And they're going to forget they're there, and it's going to be confusing and boring to read. If you split them up, they'll be interesting, and people will use them. So, within 60 feet of the storm, spells require concentration. Casting spells require a concentration check. I think that you need to clarify what it means by all spells require concentration. I would probably be a little bit more detailed there. Does that mean that, like, because there's, I mean, does that mean, like, any spell that lasts more than an instant requires concentration? Or do I need to concentrate to cast Fireball? And if I do, how does that work? Because Fireball just happens, you know? So be clearer in the mechanics there. You got to actually break down what that means. Additionally, magical items, what I would probably say is instead of all spells require concentration, I would probably say whenever a spellcaster attempts to cast a spell of first level or higher, they must first make a concentration check. And if they fail, the spell fizzles. That's how I would do that. An incremental table based on distance from the storm would be neat. Yeah, that would be neat. It would end the concentration on spells if it was instantaneous blurred line, but we shouldn't have to figure that out. This should just be simplified. And it's like a weird thing to just say all spells require concentration, because that's just not how spells function. It's going to feel weird. Should a creature get within 30 feet of the storm, their movement speed is halved. Okay, all of this could be a table. Like, why is this not a table? Why is this paragraphs? Sandstorms. Creatures that are... And you just have two columns. One column distance, one column effect. 60 feet away, effect. 30 feet away, effect. 10 feet away, effect, etc. How do you feel about ruling the Fiend's Warlock temporary hit points work with Armor of Agathis? And then kill a creature. The spell lasts as long as you have those new temporary hit points. I probably... I wouldn't do that, because then it just becomes a free casting of Armor of Agathis. I might make some sort of very powerful magic item that does that. I could very easily see giving a player a legendary or a very rare magic item that was designed for their Warlock that allowed them to treat temporary hit points like that spell, but I wouldn't just let that happen. That's not an excuse, Phantom. Are you fucking serious? Are you saying you didn't put a table because it didn't fit on the page? Brother, you shut the fuck up. I love you, but holy shit. What a side of your mouth excuse that is. Look how much space you took up with nothing. Look how much nothing is here. Look how much nothing is here. Talking about not enough space. Of course there's not enough space. You took 600 words to say something you could have said in 100 words. Not enough space. Yeah, if you fill a room with concrete blocks, you might not have enough space to put your bed in it. You know what I mean? Don't you blame it on the page count. You got flashbanged? Sorry. Eviscerated? I'm not eviscerated. I'm just calling it like I see it. Making excuses about the page count, filling half the page with words that don't say anything. All right, let's see what else happens. Sorry, I apologize for scaring you. I try to keep a level tone, but sometimes I get a little bit bursty. Why submit if you don't want an opinion? I think people want an opinion. I think people have a I think just because somebody gives an explanation doesn't mean they don't want feedback. They're just responding. Sometimes it's just a silly response. If the gods destroy the kingdom, what does that mean clerics can do any spell? I don't know. Patrick, did you see my new camera? Here, let me turn it on. I have two new cameras, actually. You want to see it? Here. This one, I think it captures my visage really nicely. It's one of those 5th dimensional cameras, so you can see me in some of the dimensions that you can't normally see me in your regular light-based cameras. Do you like it? And then I have this camera,
which is pretty good too. Which is another way you can look at me if you want to. No? What's wrong? You don't like it? Why don't you like it?
Anyway, those are my new cameras. Okay, so if we're within 30 feet, your movement is halved, and they require to roll on a wild magic surge table should they wish to cast any spell. You need to change the way that you're writing this. Should they wish to, you have to stop writing in the potential. You have to write in the affirmative. So the way that I would say that, instead of should I would say creatures within 30 feet of the sandstorm have their movement speed reduced by half, and any creatures within 30 feet of the sandstorm have their movement speed reduced by half, and if they cast a spell of the 1st level or higher, they roll on the wild magic surge table. Period. All of this, if they, should they, get rid of all of that. That language is dramatically lowering the readability of your piece. Entering the storm itself causes all magical items to lose their property. Creatures caught in the sandstorm take a bunch of damage at the start of their turn. That's a lot. I might lower that. Safest way to travel across the desert is to see a guide. All right, yeah. I like the idea of what the storm does, but this is such a weird way of structuring it. I also would make these distances much further. The difference between 60 and 30 and 10 is not that much. I would probably make the farther distance like 500 feet, and this middle one like maybe I might go 1,000 feet, 500 feet, 100 feet for the distances. And I would lower the damage probably by half. Even if it's meant for a high-level campaign, automatically taking 10d10 damage at the start of each of your turns without any saving throw or ability to counteract it just doesn't work. That's just too much damage. It would be more like, you know, that even the highest CR monsters aren't going to do shit like that. There needs to be a saving throw, and the damage needs to be less. Any creature that starts their turn within the storm must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failure, they take 3d10 force damage. On a success, they take half. Something like that. A battle where the storm is approaching and combat getting closer. Yeah, that would be cool. I agree. It's a shame we don't know how fast they move. Plot hooks. We have a Stormcaller's Riddle, Sand Ship Race, and Time Looped Guardian. Stormcaller's Riddle. A mysterious figure known as the Stormcaller sends enigmatic messages during powerful sandstorms, challenging the players to solve riddles hidden within the storm's magical disturbances. The rewards promised is rumored to be a key, unlocking a hidden sanctuary. I like this, but I wish there was more detail here. Again, this is very vague. Like, we don't really... It's just a mysterious guy. How does he challenge them to solve riddles? Like, what does that look like? What does that mean? Is he just appears? Like, here, solve this riddle. What kind of riddles? What does a riddle hidden within the magical storm's disturbance even mean? Wait, this destroys magic items? Oh, permanently? Oh, I missed that. Yeah, I would not destroy magic items permanently. That's not fun. I thought it just turned them off while they were in the storm. I wouldn't destroy them permanently. I missed that. Then we have Sandship Race. A daring competition is announced. An annual sandship race through the treacherous desert. The players are invited to participate, facing rival racers, unexpected challenges, and intrigue of mysterious sponsor with a hidden agenda. This is a really good plot hook. Solid plot hook. No comment. I think it just works. Feels good. Feels grounded. Gives a little bit of intrigue. I might not use the word intrigue in it, but I think it's pretty solid. And then we have Time Looped Guardian. A guardian creature trapped in a time loop since the fall of the ancient kingdom seeks the player's aid in breaking the curse. I wish I knew what a guardian creature was in order for this to make sense. I think I would need to. The solution involves navigating through time-distorted landscapes and confronting echoes. Okay, this is cool, but it's a little bit too out... Like, if you're going to be suggesting they travel through time-distorted landscapes and confronting echoes of the past kingdom, I would include a little bit more detail as to like what that might look like, because I can very easily think of like a sand speeder race, and that's not complicated to put together. But what does time distorted landscape look like? I might put a little bit detail also, and what is a guardian? We just have no idea. So overall, I think that if I'm looking at this piece, here's what I would say. The only thing that I really get from this piece is that it has blue sand and there are anti-magic storms. And I think both of those are cool ideas. But there needs to be, I think, a little bit more than just blue sand and anti-magic storms. So I would completely get rid of the first half and completely rework the second half and get a little bit more in about, like, what are the people of the place like? What is the vibe of the people that live there? Who are some important people that might live there? What sort of animals live there? You mentioned the plants and the animals are anti-magical. What does that mean? So what sort of anti-magical animals make up homes there, you know? What sort of weird things can you make potions of anti-magic with the cactuses? Can you ferment them into an anti-magic ale? I don't know. But like, let's get into the weeds a little bit instead of wasting so many words. And please, 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 with an underline and a capital and an italics, if you are going to include game mechanics, format it in a way that they are easy to navigate. You can't just toss them in, especially if they're like this, where they're like layered mechanics. That the structure matters so much. It matters so much. You know? Alrighty, who was this? This was Phantasmal Emperor. Phantasmal Emperor, thank you for sharing your piece of the cosmic storm, the anti-magic sandstorm. Let's give a round of applause, please, to the Phantasmal Emperor. Phantasmal, you don't need to produce something better. You just need to grow. We all need to grow. Remember, guys, just because I yell at you about your homebrew doesn't mean it's bad. I just want you to be the best version of yourself. So I hold you to an unrealistic expectation because I think you can attain it. And if you don't think you can attain it, that's also okay. I said this on a stream before, but I'll say it again. If you hold yourself to an unrealistically high expectation, while at the same time accepting failure as a form of success, you are going to grow a lot. Nerds. Oh, we got some new pieces. Lovely. Cinder believes in me. I believe in you. I believe in everyone. I believe I can fly. Do you believe in yourself? You should. It's a good thing to do. You're very special. And there's no one else like you in the whole world. You're the best you there is. So I hope you're proud of yourself. Because you're really good at being you. Nerds! Alright. I should run for president? No, I would be a terrible president. I stay up too late and I get up too late. I just got here and I'm a bit confused. We're reviewing Homebrew that people sent in, and sometimes we get tangented by people saying stuff in the chat that I need to discuss. Fixing America one homebrew at a time. That's true. Well, the Flesh Vessel was born in the United States, if that matters. Buggada 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 boip. It's Quispy. Quispy, I hardly nispy. Apparently you'd be high as a kite and up 24/7. Hey, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Let's see. This is from Quispy. Hey, I made this way too long at first, and then I trimmed it down when I realized it had to be 1 page. Nice! It's called Mulk. Mulk? Mulk! Ooh, interesting layout. Oh, and a map too. Lovely. I said you could have a map, guys. Nobody give them a hard time about having a map. She put a map. She wants a map. Map doesn't take shit away. There it is in the chat if you guys want to take a look at it. What's up, Siegfried? Chocolate Mulk. It's not always evil to eat a person. All life must kill to eat. Well, I'm not a person, so it's never evil for me. Chocolate. You're gonna go play some games with your friends. Good. I originally made this piece too long and I realized I had to trim it to submit it. Here's the full one for anyone that wants to look at it. It's unfinished. All right, guys, if you want to read all of Mulk, go check it out. Behold, in all its glory. What's the name inspiration? I feel like it's milk, but a little bit more undulating. I wasn't offended by your comment, Peter. You were chill. Don't worry about it. Mulk is a place where planar convergence with the elemental planes happens constantly. The place... Don't say place. Why do you say place so much? The place is a place. Get rid of that. This is sloppy wording. Fix it. The place is composed of elemental planes. Just say it is. It is composed of elemental planes and the land of sorrow. These regions tend to be home to the elemental creatures as well. Just say they are. These regions are home to elemental creatures as well as the... What the fuck? Is this all one sentence? What is this sentence? These regions tend to be home to elemental creatures, as well as the element of each region drastically affects travel there. You fucked that sentence up. Do you see how you change tense in the middle? Also, you don't need to say half of this stuff. Just say, like, quite literally, you could just say each of the regions. I would just say this. Each region evokes one of the elemental planes and is affected. Each region evokes one of the elemental planes, period. Something like that. Locations near borders might have multiple of these effects, and any given point in the Land of Sorrow might have some, some, none, or all of these effects. This last sentence is gobbledygook. Get rid of it. I think what you could say is something like this. Where the regions meet, these effects sometimes meld together, period. Or, and the Land of Sorrow is home to all of these effects at different times. Something like that. This music's fucking intense. Why is the music so intense all of a sudden? Music, why you so intense all of a sudden? Music, why you so intense all of a sudden? Music, why you so intense? I can do whatever the fuck I want with my voice, Verpal. Why don't you suck an egg? Hey, Cinder, that wasn't nice. They were just curious. Oh, okay, sorry. Hey, Cage, what's up? Okay, so, yeah, we got a little bit of redundancy in the language here, but the idea is cool. All the different planes are different. All of these are different planes, and where they touch, they mush, and in the middle, it has all of them. I think it's a cool idea. I think you can do a lot of fun stuff here. If you guys were going to run, before we even look at them, if we're just going based off vibe, actually, no, let's look at them first, and then I'm going to ask you guys a question afterwards. Earth, heavy gravity. From the craggy peaks to dusty valleys, the Earth region of Mulk has far more powerful gravity. For each die of fall damage a creature would take, they instead take twice as many, and the maximum fall damage is increased to 40d6, and they fall faster. Okay, here's what I would do if I were you. It looks like each one of these features has like a sentence of flavor and then a little bit of mechanics. I'm seeing that across all of them. Are you guys noticing that? I'm noticing that. And while I think that's cool, I think you need to differentiate them a little bit. So what I would probably do is something, I would probably write it like this. Heavy gravity. Boom. And then put an enter here. And make this, you know, make it pop out. You don't need to necessarily even give it like a bullet point or something like that. Just put an enter when you start getting into the mechanics, you know, so we can just sort of pop them out a little bit. That's what I would do if I were you. You think it's funny when I make fun of diction and grammar? I don't really make fun of it. I just sort of comment on it. Well, I'm glad it's funny for one of us. Okay, Earth makes big gravity. Let's see. What does magma do? Any creature that spends more than 6 seconds in contact with the ground without moving takes 1 point of fire damage. When do they take that damage? Guys, just because we're writing a region doesn't mean we can forget all the rules we normally use when we're writing classes, spells, magic items. If you have some sort of ongoing effect that keeps happening over and over and over again, you need to say when it happens in the action economy. Is it the beginning of their turn? Is it the end of their turn? When does it happen? Is it initiative count 20 for everyone forever? What is it? It's got to be something. Okay, let's see. We got smoke. A smoky haze. We'll just go down. We have hot air. Let's see. It's hot. For every 4 hours a creature spends in the region, they have to make a Constitution saving throw, or they take some fire damage and gain a point of exhaustion. Oof! Creatures with resistance to fire damage make the save with advantage. They're not immune to it? I would just make them immune to it. Normally, a resistance to fire damage or resistance to cold damage makes you immune to weather effects that are based on heat or cold. So I would count this in that way, I think. Especially considering, like, fire genasi live on the plane of fire, and it's just fine because they have fire resistance, so they don't take any fire damage and they don't have to worry about it. I don't know if I'd make it a save at the end of the turn for the fire damage here. I would just make it happen because it's just 1 point. And that many saving throws forever would be so tedious. But please, please, please remember the action economy. Oh, it matters. Let's see. So if the point is walking is your save, Quispy, then why the fuck didn't you write that in the goddamn piece? How about this? At the end of a creature's turn, if they did not expend any movement, they take 1 point of fire damage. Boom. Quispy, do I need to time you out for being fucking thick? You didn't say it clearly. Do you know what you didn't say? How it works in the fucking action economy. You didn't say how it works mechanically. I appreciate you trying to argue that your bad explanation is not bad, but now I have to yell that your bad explanation is bad because you are refusing to accept that something is unclear. And I don't want to say it's bad, but sometimes I say that kind of thing when I get annoyed at you being defensive over stupid shit. You know? Oh, I know it's unclear. That's why I said it. But thank you for acknowledging it. Let's see what the smoke does. A smoky haze covers the entire smoke region of Mulk, starving the plants of sunlight. Creatures inside the region cannot see further than 50 feet from themselves, and anything further than 30 feet is considered lightly obscured. The smoke is thicker as it gets higher off the ground, and creatures whose heads are more than 10 feet above the ground. I wouldn't say creatures whose heads are. I would make this an elevation thing. I would say creatures 20 feet above the ground or higher have this, like, whatever. You could, whatever the numbers are, whatever. But instead of saying creatures whose heads are, I would say creatures who are. Because I think that's going to come up to into play more often. I guess, well, it doesn't look like there's plants here. This one's pretty simple, straightforward. Smoky. It's not really smoke, though. It's vapor, because it doesn't affect your breathing at all. Smoke would affect your breathing. So I would call it vapor. Nah, I call it smoke if you want to. Or fog. We have air with low gravity. Creatures take less fall damage. And some floating islands. Why does air get 2 features and nothing else gets 2 features? Is air particularly important or special? Oh, creatures more than 20 feet above the air are blinded and can't breathe. I missed that. Sorry. I'm doing a little bit of skimming, but the reason why I'm doing a little bit of skimming is because I'm reading it honestly. And these still sort of just feel like little blocks of text. Consider writing some analog horror shit in D&D book. Like there's a subclass whose flavors just stop now, don't read it. I don't know what that comment is in reference to, but it's a cool comment. What if I'm playing a giraffe wizard? You're fucked. So we fall slow. Everybody slow falls. If there's other things that matter here and I missed them, I'm sorry. It's hidden. This is hidden at the bottom. This is like the most important part, and it's hidden at the bottom. Everybody's under the effects of slow fall all the time. Feather fall all the time, give or take. Mini feather fall. We have ice. Creatures traveling more than an hour in there have disadvantage on dex saving throws, and their speed is reduced by 5 feet. Okay, I think we're gonna probably stop reading this soon. I have some general feedback. Mist is just smoke, but you can breathe. Why is water just the same as smoke, but you can breathe? I don't like that. I would try to make this one more unique. Okay, here's my question for you. I like the idea of this as a elemental plane where there are different regions, whether the place with different regions that have different effects. But I feel like some of these effects are way more problematic than others. And I think some of them are oppressive to the point where they wouldn't be fun to play D&D in. And I think you need to figure out, if you're going to make the effects that oppressive, you need to include mechanics or suggestions for things the players can do to avoid those effects. Specifically, the magma, the fire, the smoke. We need language and ways that these things can be, like, what I was going to ask chat, and I guess ask them now, like, based on the ones we read, would you want to play, because these are whole regions, these are whole areas each, like, would you want to do an adventure that took place entirely in the fire section or entirely in the magma section? Right now, I would be like, those mechanics would get annoying. Yeah, I would try to avoid them all too. So I feel like but I don't know if I would try to avoid them if I knew two things. There's two things that I would need to make it feel like it was worthwhile to adventure in any of these places. One is ways to mitigate the issues there. Whether that is a cultural way to mitigate it, like people have decided to build cities in a way that they can survive it, or like magic that can be used to mitigate it, or items or whatever. There has to be a way to mitigate it. But the other thing that it needs, I think, is points of interest or cool things that exist in those places that we know about. If there is something really cool and awesome and valuable in the fire plane area, that's going to make me more interested in going to the fire plane area, and it might make the game feel more worth having there. But also, even if you do that, I think you got to figure out how to make these mechanics a little less oppressive. What I would probably do is I would probably make sure each one of these regions had one or two sort of vibe mechanics that didn't mechanically really do anything, and then one or two mechanical effects, and then one or two ways to not deal with them if you didn't want to, that sort of thing. I think you should have focused on fleshing out one of them really well. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, actually. You could have just picked a fire one. That might have been the way to do it. Somebody in the chat said this just sort of feels like the elemental planes. I kind of agree. And I wish there was more. I wish there was more in here. Like, I feel like what ended up happening, Quispy, is you sacrificed quality for quantity here. Because we end up getting a tiny bit of every plane, but barely anything. Like, a single mechanic that is sometimes oppressive and sometimes sort of not really impactful. And then we get a tiny bit of world lore. I wish there was, like, I want to know why this place is like this. I want to know why does this realm exist? Why is this a tiny continent that is like all of the elemental planes? We have no idea. Like, what is the magic behind that? What's the history of that place that the players could uncover, could reveal, could lead to secrets, could lead to special quests, plots, stuff like that. And then separately, I want to know more about each of these areas than just one single mechanic that they do. It kind of makes them feel a little shallow. Yeah, I agree. It looks, my guess is you were like, I got to get all the planes in there. And then you were like, shit, this is too much. And then you were like, fuck it, I'm going to just try to get all the planes in there. But I think in the future, when you realize it's too much, instead of trying to shove everything in, think about what you can do with this space and make something that fits that space. You know what I mean? If you're like, gosh darn it, I need a whole page for one of these planes. How can I do all of them? Just do one. It is a cool premise. I agree. This is like the island from Bionicle. I've never played Bionicle, so I don't know. I also really like the map. It's not a lot of work to build a map. You can put a lot of time into it. You can put a little time into it. But having a map can do a lot. I think that another thing that you could do is a picture of the environment if it's a specifically weird-looking environment. But a map to sort of set the tone, I think makes a lot of sense for this one, where it is very defined by these little areas inside the larger region. Did they explain what was special about the Land of Sorrow? Not really. They just said that all of the different elemental effects happen there sometimes. Quispy, I don't really have more thoughts. I like the idea of a continent that's like all the elemental planes mushed together. I want a little bit more of a deep dive into each of the planes, which I'm going to assume you get into in this document here. And my challenge for you in the future is don't try to force an idea to fit within the prompt. Try to use the prompt to make an idea that fits it really well. That would be my suggestion for the future. But it's a really fun idea. I hope you keep working on it. And if you are going to be fleshing it out, I could see it having a lot of like cool game potential for sure. All right, let's give Quispy a round of applause. What's up, Evan? Evan was my dungeon master when we played a Lord of the Rings game one session once. Did you guys know that? In the human life. I don't remember what the game was, but I remember that I didn't really understand it, and I kept trying to use magic powers in a way that they weren't supposed to be used. And he was very patient with me. I need more water. 3 seconds. I stopped drinking coffee, I don't know, a week or two ago. I think I've had it once. I'm not jonesing for it as much as I thought I would be. I thought I would be really fiending for some coffee. But I'm not. In general, I usually am not fiending for coffee late at night, but everyone talks about coffee as being like super addictive. And maybe if I had to get up like really, really early, it would be harder. But I basically just started drinking tea whenever I would have coffee. And I'm fine. I'm chilling. I've been maxing, I've been relaxing. It hasn't been particularly taxing. Maybe your flesh vessel doesn't need it? That's not a bad idea, actually. That might be true. Caffeine doesn't affect you at all? I always feel like it doesn't. But the way what I hear about caffeine is a lot of time, for some people, it doesn't zip them up. It just makes them not notice they're tired. And I think that's what it does for me. Okie dokie. Now that you mention it, I don't notice that you are tired when I drink coffee. You don't? Maybe I'm drinking your coffee. That could be it. Have you ever done a homebrew subclass review, or did I already miss that one? I do all sorts of different homebrew review days. I don't think I've done a subclass only one usually, but that's usually because I do 2 open review days a week. I do one on Sunday, sometimes Monday, usually Sunday. That's open to absolutely anyone, and anyone can post anything. There is not a prompt. And then I do one that is Fridays, which will be tomorrow, that is only for people that are YouTube members and Twitch patrons. Or Twitch subs and Patreon patrons. And that is also open, and anybody can post anything there. But people post a lot of subclasses on those days. So I haven't felt the need to do a subclass only day. If I did a subclass day, I probably would also tighten it up a little bit. It would be like, make a ice subclass, or make a subclass that has to do with fear or something like that. I would put a little bit of a bottle cap on it. Do you think a paladin would be able to drink coffee with their immunity? I think it depends on if they determine it to be poison or not. A subclass day for a specific class would do well. Yeah, that could be fun. If we did a subclass day for a specific class, what would you guys want to do for it? What class would you want us to do? We'll do this next week. I'll do this next week. Next week, one of the prompts will be a subclass specific day, and we'll pick a specific class to do a subclass for. We're not doing Artificer. I'm sorry, but I can't handle having to read that many Artificers in a row. Ranger would be a cool one. I agree. Warlock could be neat. Artificer. Everyone wants Artificer. We're not doing Artificer. I would rather have to eat a rock. Siegfried, that is a rare opinion, I think. I think most people think subclasses are their favorite things to read and write for homebrew. But if you're bored by them, that's fine. Subclass Sorcerer is the most open. Sorcerer is pretty open. I don't hate the Artificer. I hate reading your homebrew Artificers. Because I think a lot of people there's something about the Artificer that makes people overwrite. Like, it is really rare for me to see an Artificer where one of its features doesn't take up like a full column of text. And oftentimes, it is just a really long-winded way of trying to figure out how to make Artificers craft spells or craft magic items. Or put spells into things. And it's like, it's not fun to have to it's just not a fun it's not a fun thing to have to read so much of, where the end goal is just something that is kind of unoriginal at this point and people have tried to do so much. I don't mind reading the Artificers where they, like, here's an Artificer that's all about having a crazy grappling hook. That would be cool. What about an enchanting feat? What about an enchanting feat? I think the reason is because people want Artificers to be people that can put spells in things and make up their own items and make up their own abilities, and sort of the way that people would want Artificers to be. The problem with most Artificer subclasses, in my opinion, is that they're often trying to fix the Artificer. They're trying to make the core Artificer into something different through a subclass. That comes up a lot. They don't artifice. Yeah, exactly. All right. Yeah, we'll figure out. We'll figure out what class we'll do. Batman could be a shadow monk. Batman could be a shadow monk. Batman could also be an artificer. Batman could also be a gloomstalker ranger. Batman could also be an inquisitive rogue. Batman could be a lot of things. Batman is a lot of things. There's many versions of Batman, both in fiction and reality. I think we're gonna do ranger probably for this week. Plug Rage. Everybody make a Ranger subclass. Should it have a theme beyond Ranger, or should it just be Ranger open-ended? What do you think? What do you think? If we do a prompt this week that is Ranger, we think we could just go open-ended, or we could do a Ranger that doesn't have a minion. Do a Ranger that doesn't come with a pet. Maybe that could be one. Do a Ranger, make a Ranger that... Yeah, Ranger theme... Well, the theme would have to be very open-ended. The theme would be very open-ended. A bounty hunter, I think, is too closed-ended. It would have to be like, do a Ranger and incorporate the color orange. Or make a Ranger and make it so the Ranger, none of its spells or abilities allow it to summon anything. It's just a solo guy. We'll probably just keep it open-ended. That's probably what we'll do. That makes the most sense to me. Brewmaster Home Edition. I want to do another episode of Brewmaster soon. I got to talk to Patrick about it. Could you do an urban ranger who favored enemy is gangster? You would probably make their favorite enemy humanoids. But you could just build that ranger. You don't need to make homebrew for that. The music got really intense, didn't it? Range officer. Is there any sort of cavalry? There is a fighter, a subclass called the Cavalier. And one of the things that you will notice about the Cavalier, which is very important if you want to make a cavalry subclass, is that most of its features do not require its mount or for it to be mounted in order for it to use them. It just mixes well with having a mount, but you don't need one. And that's one of those things that is really important. If you have a very specific idea for a piece of homebrew that requires a certain gimmick, you don't necessarily need to tie every piece of the homebrew to that gimmick. You just need to make sure... In fact, you almost want to do the opposite. You want to make sure a lot of that homebrew exists outside of that gimmick. The Fathomless Warlock is a great example for this, too. The Fathomless Warlock is all about being an underwater guy, right? They can breathe underwater. They got all these watery features. They're very Leviathan-y. But Tentacles of the Deep, Guardian Coil, Grasping Tentacles, Fathomless Plunge, the vast majority of their features have nothing to do with the water or the ocean, you know? They're just features that they get. And that's an important thing, because you don't want to pigeonhole people too much with the with your homebrew, you know? You know? You know. If you don't know, now you know. A ranger that specializes in trap setup. That could be cool. Should we give her a spin? Sure. It's Sleepy Mick Unfinished Face. What a weird username. I didn't manage to finish this in time, but would like you to review it so far. It's very hot desert city. Also, I can't load incognito windows due to a glitch, so I can't test the link. I hope it works. Yeah, I hope it works too. Usually a little preview would show up, and I'm not seeing a little preview. Oh, it looks like it's working. Did you try to sneak this into being 2 pages by changing the format? Looks like you did. That's okay. Why is it written this way? This is really tedious to read. I can't even make it bigger. Like when I zoom in, it does this. What the fuck did you do with your formatting? Why is it written this way? What is going on? Can you even read this in chat? I can't even make it bigger. I don't know if I can review this right now. I'm going to be honest, because the text is really small. I'll try. I'll read the beginning, but we're not going to do the whole thing because this is like this text is too small. Please, you don't need to do. I'm not sure what you used to publish this, but like you made it really hard to read. You can kind of see it. All right, well, I can kind of see it too, and maybe kind is all we need here, but either way, it's kind of fucked. Also, like, what is the format that you're doing? Like, yeah, I don't know what you're doing here, buddy, but I would change your formatting. Where's the link? Let me post it. I just posted it in YouTube, posted in Twitch. Here you go. Just got to go into full screen. Well, that's not going to work with the structure of how everything is formatted in my whole fucking page. So I could do that. Does that make it easier to read? That easier to read? Because that seems like that sucks. So we're not going to go into full page. Next time, try to format it in a way that is not this. All right. First ideas that came to my head. The red sands of what the fuck is first? The red sands of Ignorok Desert are famous mostly thanks to the city that lies at the center. Imaginatively named Ignorok City. Holy fuck! Another opening sentence that doesn't say anything. There's no typo in this opening sentence. There's a typo in the L first. They started with an L, which is ironic. But what does this sentence say? This is a lot of words to say the city is named Ignorok City. Also, it's also not necessary because the title of the document is Ignorok City. So you could just get rid of all of this. The city is home to a race of commonly mixed up is home to a race commonly mixed up with salamanders. I would not. Again, this is another sentence that you don't need. Just say the city is home to the Lisku, a reptilian creature commonly mistook for salamanders. Period. They built this city under the command of a dark entity whose true identity was never found. For the entity worked by oh my god, this sentence. What? Are you trying to squeeze in the lore of the dark entity and like by turning this into a run-on sentence? That is what you're doing. Don't do that. Okay, this whole sentence, this whole thing, this is how you would write this whole thing. The city is home to the Lis... I'm not even writing it. I'm just going to tell you the way I would write it. The city is home to the Lisku, a race of salamander-like creatures that built... A race of salamander-like creatures, period. Boom. They built this city under the command of a dark entity whose true identity was never found, period. The entity worked by possessing members... the entity worked by possessing... Wait... this should just be a whole new paragraph. This is such a random new idea. The entity worked by possessing a member of their race to do its bidding. A mysterious dark... I would just say this. Okay, here's how you write this sentence. Oh my god, it's taking me a long time. I'm sorry. It's a little bit chonky. This city, oh, by the way, I mean, by this sentence, you're putting all of this together. This city is home to the Lisku, a race of salamander-like creatures, period. They built this, they built the city under the mind-controlling powers of a dark, mysterious entity whose identity was never found, period. Done. But you're killing me with this sentence structure. Since then, the city has defeated this power, whom they call the Overlord. If they call it the Overlord, then fucking call it the Overlord. Don't call it a mysterious dark entity whose identity was never found. It's the Dark Overlord. It has a name. Why are you giving us a whole thing about how it's a mystery and then immediately giving it a name? And is currently in a state of confusion as the person currently seen as the leader struggles to repair the mistakes made by the... Oh my god. Okay, I think I'm being too harsh here because this is a rough draft, but I guess that's what happens when you send in a rough draft, is that I have to talk about how much I'm struggling with your sentence structure. This is a whole sentence. Let me read this sentence out loud to you, chat, and I want you to tell me if you feel like this is a particularly evocative sentence. Since then, the city has defeated this power, whom they call the Overlord, and is currently in a state of confusion as the person currently seen as the leader struggles to repair the mistakes made by the Overlord. What are we doing here? Not only is that a run-on sentence, it's hyper repetitive. Yeah, all of this needs a total rework. I'm not saying the ideas are bad. I'm saying this sentence is just fucked. All right, we're going to skip around a little bit because I'm going to assume that your sentence structure doesn't shift. Let's see what you got going on with flora and fauna. Being a desert, not much flora and fauna is found in the wilderness around Agnark City, but there are a few. This sentence is another sentence. There you're saying nothing. This sentence says, let me rewrite this sentence for you to tell you exactly what it says. Most deserts don't have a lot of plant or animal life, and this is a desert. And because this is a desert, it also doesn't have a lot of plant or animal life. You're giving us information that is redundant, and then you're doubling down on that information that is redundant. We don't need any of that. You can just say them. In fact, one of the things that you should probably do here is if you want this place to feel distinct, this is where you give examples of what makes the flora and fauna here different. Why are they not what things live here that don't ordinarily live in a desert? Because I can think of a desert, and you can think of a million things that live in a desert. Everybody can. But what makes this desert distinct? Exactly. We know what a desert is. What makes this desert? Like, for example, all of this is nothing. These don't give us much. We have fireland cacti. That's cool, but this is the first time we're getting anything to do with the elemental plane of fire, which it feels a little out of left field. Like, why isn't there anything to do with the elemental planes here? Why are there elemental fire plane cactuses here? I like the vibe of them being brought in as like a thing to resist heat properties, but why are they here? Like, they didn't grow here naturally. Who brought them in? What is the connection to the fire plane in here that this has become enough of the fauna and the flora that it merits one of these bullet points? We only have 4 bullet points about all of the plants and animals that would live in this place. The first 2 bullet points just say normal plants and animals that would live in a desert. The 4th bullet point says anything you want. So the only bullet point that's actually adding anything unique is the fireland cacti. That, to me, means that they are the defining feature of this desert. And if a fire element cactus is the defining feature of a desert not in the plane of fire, I want to know why that is, because that's not just going to happen. Even if people are shipping in things from the fire element plane, that's like a hard journey. Not a lot of people can do that. So, like, what is going on here to make that the fire? What is the story of this place, you know? And then we have an encounter table. Let's see. We get some cultists. People try to mug the player. I do like, one of the things that I like that you're doing here is you're not just listing animals, you're giving like what they're going to do. So these guys try to mug the player. These guys are seeking a recruit for the Overlord. These guys are working for a rebellion. This thing is summoned to fight a thing. So all of that is nice. Also, this is weird. Why are we getting a thing for day and night? I would just make two tables, a day table and a night table. If day and night matter, if the difference between day and night is really important here, then I think that I would just make two separate tables. And then I also think if day and night is really important here, enough that it's going to change dramatically the types of encounters, you should probably talk about the day-night cycle more up here. The main feedback I have so far is clean up your language and your sentence structure. And be very thoughtful about what specifics you put in. You know, you don't need a bullet point that says whatever you want. The Dungeon Master knows they can put in whatever they want. You don't need sentences that say the desert is a desert. We need more stuff like the cacti of the Firelands. We need more stuff about the vibe of the desert, the cultures in the desert, the people, the communities that live there, what their deal is. We hear a whole thing about a Dark Lord, but it just sort of turns into confusion at the end. Who just did something? Crocs Dodge, thank you for the Prime. Man, Twitch subs are really fucking killing YouTube members. That's okay. I think YouTube members will catch up over time. We'll see. To be fair, Twitch does have a 3-month head start. The Arctic is a desert too. Deserts aren't all sands and heat. This is true. Don't be mean to YouTube. They're trying. They're doing their best. I love YouTube. I wouldn't be a streamer if it wasn't for YouTube. YouTube is what made me. I guess TikTok is what made me first, but I never made any money off of TikTok. My relationship with making content on TikTok is me being like, how come I can't make any money doing this? And then YouTube was basically like, hey, you want to do what you do on TikTok, but it's monetized, not as well as YouTube videos, but it's monetized, and it's just like you can make it monetized in the same way that you would make a YouTube video monetized. I'm like, all right, cool. And then it changed it. And then I started doing stuff on YouTube. You may be from YouTube, but I was born in it. I got a really cool idea for a region. This kind of stream is really great. You're really great, Centrifuge. I love deserts. You know, you gotta love a desert. I want to know more about this desert. What makes it unique? We have a whole thing about these salamander people and this Dark Lord possesses people. Like, how does that change their culture? What is their vibe like? You get into like the politics here, but we don't need the politics of like the specific, the kings and the queens and that. We need to know like what happens to it. What sort of society would grow out of a people who were mind controlled into building a city? Like, that's interesting. That's the kind of shit I think you should focus on here. Because you're using too much space with stuff that doesn't really matter. So get more into the stuff that's unique. And then the things that are unique, like the selling points, don't think about them a little bit. Don't just mush them out there, but think about them and think about, okay, what's the most important thing here to make this place distinct in a way that the players are going to feel this history? All this is a history lesson. And there's two ways you can give a history lesson to players in D&D. You can read a block of text, or you can have them learn about the history by how the culture around them and their characters exists. It's environmental storytelling versus telling storytelling, or showing versus telling, rather. When I was a creative writing teacher, we would talk a lot about the idea of showing versus telling. And telling is reading the details. Showing is holding someone's hand and taking them through the experience. When you show something to someone, they feel it. All right, those be my thoughts. I don't really have more thoughts than that. Like you said, it's still sort of in rough draft mode, so I would say it being in rough draft mode, you got a lot of wiggle room to really tighten it in. You got a lot of space to build. So keep building. I would refine it. I would cut out about half of that redundant language, or all the redundant language, and then I would try to focus in on the stuff that, again, that a dungeon master using this would want as a tool to build a game in that region. What are the most important details? What makes it special? What makes it evocative? What makes you want to tell a story there? That's the thing to think about. All right, let's give a round of applause for Sleepy McUnfinished Face. All right, folks, I'm going to take a little break before we do the next one. I got to run to the bathroom, but I will be right back. So, everybody be cool. Everybody be cool. I'm going to play some tunes for you. And then I will be back, and then we'll keep going. Nobody go anywhere. I'll be back in a moment, in a flash, like a lightning bolt. Hey, I'm back. Did I miss anything fun? Did I miss anything fun when I was gone? I brought some snacks. I brought a biscuit. Mmm. Oh shit, chat's on fire? That's trouble. Better put that shit out. You're on fire? Uh-oh. That's trouble. These are good. I did a good job with these. All right, let's keep going. All right. Let's change the music up a little bit. No. 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 Here we go. This is what we want. Ah, yes, we're back, baby. I got some biscuit in my teeth. All right. What's kicking in? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I wonder if we got any new pieces. Oh, we did. We got 2 new pieces. Wasn't that exciting? Let's give her a spin, shall we? And that's a buggada. It's salted magic. What you got for us, Salted Magic? What do you got for us? When a god dies, defiantly could use some new fleshing out. I think you mean definitely could use some new fleshing out. Pointers will be appreciated. Think the idea is neat and hope the link works. Well, at least one of you has a link that doesn't work. I think this person. Who is this? Jane, make your link viewable. If I spin you and I can't access your link, I'm not going to read it. This is called A God Has Died, which is a pretty cool title. Here it is in Twitch. Here it is on the tube. Everyone went really high concept, yeah. I mean, everyone we saw so far. Well, that's not true. Some of them have just been like a desert. One of the first ones wasn't that high concept. It was just a desert with big animals that fight each other. You know? It's not really high concept. We have the Domains of Dead principle. Introduction. You don't need to say introduction. You just start talking. A god has been slain, and the surrounding area of their last fate has lost their fundamental rule of reality or life. Oh, man. I love this idea, but what is this sentence? A god has been slain, and the surrounding area of their last fate? Last fate is weird. I wouldn't say that. Has lost their fundamental rule of the reality or life? Like, I genuinely don't know what you're trying to say with that sentence. What the hell does it mean to lose their fundamental rule of reality or life? Whose fundamental rule? The surroundings rule? Because the surrounding area is not a person that has a rule of reality or life that they could lose. The god might have, but like, that's not tied in here the way that this sentence is written. All right. Well, that needs to be rewritten. I genuinely don't know what it means. And if chat understands it, maybe you can come up with a solution for how they could write it. But I don't know what this sentence means. I want to do different music. I want to do more like... I want to do more like this kind of music or this kind of music. Oh shit. This kind of music. I think they're trying to reference the realm of God. I don't know what that means either, Kane. What is the realm of God? Mr. Saltman, don't edit a fucking thing while I'm reading it. A god has been slain, and the surrounding area of their fate has lost their fundamental rule of reality. Or life. Yeah, I don't know. This sentence just doesn't work. Grammatically, it doesn't work on like several different levels. I think they forgot the words the people. Maybe that's what they mean. Okay, it doesn't matter. This is fucked. We're going to keep moving though. But the writer of this knows this sentence is fucked, so they can fix it at their leisure. This effect, what effect? Applies best when the god held a domain that is experienced. You switch tense 3 times in that. This effect best applies, present tense, when the god held, past tense, a domain that is experienced, present tense. You switch tenses. Don't do that. That ruins writing. So when you're writing a sentence, you write in the present tense, you write in the past tense, you write in the future tense. You don't mix them. It doesn't matter whether or not English is their native language. If English is not their native language, they want to become better at writing in English. So they need this feedback either way. I'm going to just read the whole thing a little bit more. The area around these deaths lose sense of these eternal factors of the world and thus thwart their existence and their boundaries. I don't know what that sentence is trying to say either. So you don't have, your sentences don't have any people. An area cannot lose sense of something. And whose existence and whose boundaries are you talking about here? Are you talking about the area? So area, if you're coming from English if you're coming from English not being a native language, whatever language you're coming from, you cannot give areas, you can't give things that aren't people or creatures the same sort of action space in a sentence as things that aren't. Because it just makes a sentence that doesn't make sense. It seems like the area is losing sense of eternal factors, and then the area is thwarting its existence in its boundaries. Like, what does that mean? All right, I'm gonna keep going, but I am fucking lost in the woods. You know that feeling? You know how they say when you're lost, the safest thing to do is to stop moving because you're just gonna get more lost. That's what it feels like trying to read this right now. I feel like every sentence I'm getting farther and farther down the rabbit hole. Loss of principle can spread far, but cannot go forever or penetrate thick walls. What is principle? As such, they differ in area effect depending on where the god is killed. Now, why are we in the present tense again? Varying from where the god was killed, varying from the confines of a cavernous valley to... Okay, I think we're going to stop reading this piece now. I'm going to tell you this right now. Here's what I'm going to say. This probably was translated directly from something into English. If this was not translated directly from another language into English, and you are an English speaker, then I think you need to spend some time showing your writing to more people. And I think you need to practice reading your writing out loud a little bit more. Because this is confusing. And if English is not your first language, and you're using a translator, you gotta not trust the translator as much as you're trusting the translator. You gotta use humans to help you translate. Because this is hard to navigate. And if you want somebody to read your homebrew, if you want somebody to use your homebrew, it needs to be easy to navigate. And even the parts that I mean, I kind of get the vibe of what you're trying to say here. You're trying to say there was a god that died and the surrounding area is, falling apart. It had domain over knowledge, peace, and disease and hatred. And now it's like things are falling apart. But I genuinely don't know what you mean other than that. Yeah, the language is harder to navigate than the idea. I agree. Oh, you're saying the language is harder to navigate than the domain of death? Like, oh, I didn't realize that was you were coming in sideways there. Yeah, so I think we're gonna stop reading this piece here. I'm hopeful. If you're not in my Discord, you should definitely join it. There's a whole peer review section where people help each other get their language figured out. Because right now you're losing us in the writing here. The idea is really cool. Yeah. I think it's pretty cool. I mean, I don't really know what the idea is yet. I like the idea of a god dying and then their death slowly leading to entropy in a space. That's really cool. And I think leaning into that is great. But you got to simplify the way you're writing it. All right, I'll read a little bit more. Plant life in the domain grows at astronomical speeds. End your sentence here, period. Or better yet, just say this. Plant life in the area grows at astronomical speeds and to sizes never thought possible, period. You don't need to say to achieve. Never thought for their species. You're using so many extra words here. This very easily leads to the land becoming densely overgrown with plant life, including those that shouldn't survive in the current climate. You can just say this leads to very overgrown plant life. You're using so many extra words. You could just say the whole... Yeah, I would just say the whole domain is considered difficult terrain to any who don't take the time to carve a path. You don't need to say with such obstacles almost to thee. Just say the sentence. We don't need any little... We don't need, like, intros. So a super overgrown forest that grew out of a dead god that gives you magical fruit that does cool stuff, but also is hard to navigate through. That's pretty cool. I like that. You know what I wish? I wish I could tell that that was what this was going to be from the introduction. That would be awesome. Because that's a really cool idea. And it kind of makes me sad that I took me till I was like down here to understand what the idea was. If this is an introduction, it should be a true introduction. And you should introduce the whole idea. We don't need to get into the nuances of the mechanics of what the god was a god of or principles. Like, I don't even know what the fuck principle is doing here as a word. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Just say, the god of death died in this area. And we won't say it exactly like that, but, the domain of dead is where there is no death. The god of death is gone, and now life is overgrowing on top of itself. Something like that. What's up, August? How's it going? Sorry I didn't say hi earlier. Sounds like a place with a lot of Venus flytraps. Yeah, for sure. Marlboro Eye, don't be mean or I'm gonna block you. I don't have if how would you feel? Mob, let me ask you a question. Would you like it if while I was reading your homebrew, other people said, let's just move on. Let's move on already. Would you like that? Would that feel good? Or would that make you feel like shit? I feel like it would make you feel like shit. So maybe don't do that for other people. Also, if you don't know me well enough yet, I will say if you tell me to do something, I almost always do the opposite or don't listen because I hate being told what to do. Hammer it home then? Okay, I'll put you in a timeout for 30 minutes. Consider it hammered home. Breathe quietly. You breathe quietly. I breathe as loud as I want. Alrighty. Patience, young Padawan. Patience. I think you should have a good day. I think you should have a good day. A place where no death happens seems interesting, and I'm wondering if another must rise. Well, that is how you solve the problem of a place where there is no death, right? You find a thing to replace death, a new thing. Could be a new type of death. But it could be just something new. you ever see the movie? Did you ever see the show A Good Place? The Good Place? The Good Place is kind of like that. It's a show about the afterlife and alternatives eventually for the afterlife. Spoilers. I hope chat will have a good day. I hope so. I hope so too. You Eggman just wanted to say they love my videos and you got to go. All right, well, get out of here, buddy. I love your videos too. All right, let us give Salted Magic a round of applause. You failed at being funny, Will. I would say you were mostly irksome. But I wish you luck in trying to be funny in the future. Lots of people have the ability to attempt humor. Very few are good at doing it. And those that are bad at doing it but still want to do it use mean humor because they don't know how to be funny. But you can learn. You can figure it out. I believe in you. Shame about the language. You can tell it would be a fun idea to explore further from the suggestions and discussions in chat. I think it's I mean, listen, it's not, you know, it's not a shame on the language thing. It was hard to get through because of the language, but that doesn't take away from the idea at all. It's still a very cool idea to explore. You know, just because it's unclear in the way it's written doesn't mean there's anything, doesn't tarnish the idea. It just helps focus the person who's writing it and in terms of what they need to work on. You know, when we're doing these sorts of reviews, a lot of what we're looking for is that. We're looking for what is strong and what needs work. And a lot of times, if something is not particularly crazy strong and doesn't particularly need work, we just end up not talking about that part of it. And we end up talking more about the parts that feel really strong and the parts that feel like they need work. That's usually how it goes. That was a shitty burp. Boop! It's Baba's turn. Baba Black Sheep, have you any wool? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bobs full. A region in my setting designed to be a tempting but dangerous opportunity for low to mid-level parties. Let's take a look. It's called the Churn. Ooh, that's a cool name. The Churn. All right, I like the layout. Here it is in the chat. If you guys want to take a look at it. Okay. Is Vox Machina accurate by rules? Not exactly. Kinda. It's a D&D game. It's not unaccurate. You mean the show? Not really. But it's a show. Whose piece is this? This is Baba's. Baba Black Sheep. You love my videos? I love your videos. You random dude. You invested way too much in your piece emotionally and now you're nervous? Why? Just assume I'm going to yell twice and then you'll be good. All right, let's take a look at this. This is called the Churn. Jackie doesn't give... Jackie, that's a good point. I like and I want to get into D&D, but I'm nervous to be out of touch. The D&D clubs at your college are intimidating. Well, you have 2 options. You can try to start playing with a group of your friends and figure out the rules as you go and not worry about it too much. Or you can decide that if you want to play D&D with people, you need to face your fear and walk into one of those D&D clubs and say, hey, I want to play D&D and I'm nervous. I need help. It seems cool. And if you do that, people will be nice to you. One of the best ways to make someone nice to you is to just tell them how you're feeling and to be vulnerable. You'd be amazed at how quickly everyone becomes nice when you are new and you say you are a little nervous. And if people are mean when you say that, you know, then that's probably not a group you want to hang with. You're welcome. Now figure out how to be funny. That's your next mission. The Churn. The Churn. They must be crazy or stupid. Every step is a coin flip. Heads, solid ground. Tails, a chasm opens and swallows you whole. I'll get my gems the old-fashioned way, thanks. Stone Splitter, Mog, Somtool. All right, I'm very confused, but I am curious. Will you get it? Join with more new people? What? Did you hit your head against the keyboard when you were typing there, August? Okay, let's see what the Churn is. The Churn is a region of intense tectonic instability. Oh, okay. So it's literally like a coin flip as to whether or not the ground opens up below your feet. I understand. Okay. I like how the flavor text is there, but it's very short. Yeah, for sure. The Churn is a region of intense tectonic instability. Earthquakes and tremors are the least of a traveler's worries when traversing the Churn. With little warning, boulders and massive pillars of stone will burst up through the ground, or that same earth will suddenly split apart into a canyon. These effects grow more intense the deeper one travels into the Churn. On the edges of this region, small plants and animals can still survive. In the deep Churn, almost nothing on the ground can survive. I would maybe change your ending of these two sentences because they're too... They sound just the same. Don't use the survive word twice. Come up with a new word. The Churn is 120 miles wide, and the deep Churn starts 40 miles in. Okay, cool. This is a really solid little opener. It is the environment. The impression that I get is that there is nobody living in this area, so that's why we're not really talking about that. That would be my guess. This would be a fun mechanic to have in a fight. Yeah, it's a neat idea for sure. What's up, Potato? Gets a good vibe across. We don't need that many details to get the vibe. And this is leaning hard into vibe with enough details to get us through it. You're very into the concept? Nice. Let's see what the plot hooks are. A massive gem is required for a ritual. Such a gem could only be found in deep Churn. A fugitive is rumored to be hiding in the Churn. The bounty is very tempting. Something is wrong in the Churn. Hostile elementals are spilling out into nearby communities. The Churn has gone still. No one knows why. A villain's cult is performing a ritual in the deep Churn to wake and control a titanic elemental. The Churn is growing. Soon outlying towns and cities will fall under its effects and be destroyed. These are all pretty solid little plot hooks. The thing is, you know what I'm noticing, which is odd? They are similarly surface level to some of the other plot hooks we looked at today, but they don't feel obviously surface level. And I think that's because of the quality of the description that we're getting beforehand. I sort of feel like because this thing does a really good job of expressing itself, we don't have to spend as much time on the details in the plot hook ideas. There's another really cool thing that's happening here, chat. Can anybody tell me what it is? I think it's incredibly clever. That's my clue. There are 6. Sure, there's a lot of them. That's true. That's not what I was getting at, but it's nice that there's 6. But is that clever? Bullet points? That's on. You're on the way. You're going in the right direction. Second person perspective? It's not really in the second person perspective. I guess it sort of is. It's implied second person. They all make you want to go into the churn. I wasn't thinking about that one, but that is very true. What's the difference between each one? You see how every other one has a highlight sort of tint to it? It breaks them apart. It's such a subtle thing that you might not even notice it. But your brain notices it. If this was all the same text block color and there weren't these every other highlight, these wouldn't stand out as much. But they really stand out because of that. Look, let me show you. Let me just show you how much of a difference this makes. All right. If we do this, make it bold. Oops. Do this. Make it bold. Okay. No highlight. Highlight. No highlight. Highlight. Makes a big difference, doesn't it? You kind of get lost in the weeds here a little bit with some of these. But not with this one. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about where you should put your energy. If you put absolutely all of your energy in writing the ideas down, you're kind of doing yourself a disservice. Because that extra 10% energy, 20% energy to get it formatted in a way that it's pleasant to read is going to impact the piece dramatically. I'm actually surprised to see that it isn't on the table right next to it on the other column. Yeah, it's true. You could also just write it like tables and then do it that way, true. But regardless, I just wanted to point it out because I think that it's the first time I've seen somebody do that on this stream, and it is, or at least today, and it's a good example of it. Alternate shading. Yeah, alternate shading. Makes things feel easier to read. Let's take a look at the inhabitants. Yeah, most D&D classes use the feature, for sure. You can see it in a lot of stuff, in a lot of the books. GM Binder does it automatic. Yes, it does. So does Homebrewery, I think. You might need to do it. You might need to make it do something on Homebrewery. Also, hi Data. How's it going, buddy? Fugitives of the law sometimes take their chances in the outer churn, but few survive long. Only the Quake Steppers, a nomadic tribe of Earth Genasi, have managed to make a living there by collecting precious gems and metals from the deep churn. Baba, this sentence is so long, and we really don't need a sentence about fugitives in the... Unless it's like an afterthought at the end. Like, the only part... This is not important. This is important. So start with the Earth Genasi. And you could even just have this be the opening sentence. And then instead of saying living there, say living in the Churn, and then put a period, and then say what they do afterwards. What's my favorite D&D class to play? Barbarian. I've made like more than 5 YouTube videos about it. I love Barbarian. Best class in the game. If anybody tells you different, they're a fucking liar. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure if anybody tells you different, they're a very good, they're a very kind person. All right, let's see. They do not appreciate outsiders encroaching their land shore. The Churn is also home to a variety of elementals of earthen varieties. The elementals can be highly territorial. The deep Churn is home to the most dangerous of these creatures, and it is rumored that an earth titan slumbers at its heart. Cool! This is cool. I like this. This is a cool little bit of flavor, lore, vibe all mixed into one. Really nicely done. You see how it also sets the stage for the Churn not just being a mysterious place, but a place that inherently is more dangerous the deeper in you go. So it sort of works naturally, sort of like a dungeon, or like a One Piece kind of vibe, you know? What's up, Speed Stinger? First time you can catch one of my streams? Well, welcome. This stream today, we are looking at homebrewed regions and locations. It's a weird homebrew day, but I'm going to start homebrewing. I'm going to start streaming almost every day on YouTube. I'll post my schedule probably tomorrow. But I'm streaming on the YouTube and the Twitch. We'll see how it goes. We'll see if doing 2 streams is better than doing 1. Because I know people might prefer me to do 2, but it's a matter of which one actually is the most financially viable. So we're in experimentation mode. This is Top Notch Brew. I know we don't have winners here, but if we did. Just joining for the first time, I try to catch you when I see your I'm Live Now shorts. Well, welcome. Mythicus. Mythicus 420. I know that number. 420. $420, man. 420, man. 420, man. Right? Isn't that how it works with 420? I think that's how it works. I don't know. Oh! Help! 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 I'm falling! Oh, wait, I'm back. Okay, it's fine. We're all good. Everything's fine. Wait! Help! Help! No! Help! Wait! 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 Ah! 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 Oh, it's fine. I'm back. It's cool. Wait! 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 Okay, fine. I'm gonna stay here now. That was stupid. What a stupid joke. It's a pretty. It was okay, funny, just a stupid joke, but it's a stupid joke. Okay, let's look at travel. Travel in the Churn is extremely difficult. A group's travel pace is reduced by half while moving in the outer Churn and becomes 1/4 its normal speed in the deep Churn. A group can decide to travel at normal speeds, but will take 2d6 bludgeoning damage per mile traveled in the outer Churn and 6d6 bludgeoning damage in the deep Churn. That is interesting. So you've created you basically give players the opportunity to mechanically avoid the difficult terrain, but by getting beat up along the way. That's cool. Serial, thank you for the super chat. I love this stream topic. Will you do another? I will do another. Also, let's see if the super chat thing works and your name appears on the little super chat thing. I hope it does. Yeah, we do streams. We do topics with streams with topics all the time. That's the vibe. That's what we do here. That's the goal. Oh, there it is. It just came in late. It took a minute for it to pop in. Oh, it's staying. Oh, there it goes. It's gone now. It was there for a while. Oh, look, it worked. Serial Man, look. Look, your name is going along the bottom of the screen. Oh, my God. I'm so bad. Guys, I'm so bad at the tech side of streaming. I'm so bad at the tech side of streaming. I just didn't think that was going to work, and it's working. And it makes me happy. Oh, it takes him a while. You do really start on the far side of the room there. Why do you start so far away? All right, I knew. Okay, nothing's perfect, right? Okay, here, wait. What if we do it like this? That might make it better. Uh-oh, now you're just stuck. Serial Man! Why are you just stuck? Here, refresh. 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 All right, it's working again. Oh my God. See, I know what I'm doing. I'm a YouTuber. I'm a Twitch streaming YouTuber. Is being a member on YouTube different than just subscribing? Yes, you get access to emotes. You get access to when I use this doesn't happen that often, but you sometimes get access to special video content or extra weird little things. But the main reason to be a member is if you do the membership that is the very cool membership or the too cool for school membership, you get access to a special homebrew day that is just for members and Twitch subs. I'm a Twitch tuber, and that homebrew day is tomorrow, Friday. So if that sounds cool to you, and you can also, like, you know, if that sounds like your vibe. Why is it bludgeoning damage? I think it's bludgeoning damage to represent the damage of, like, hard impact. It's impact damage. Do I ever do games with viewers, members? Not D&D games. I do, like, game show games, but not D&D games. I'm curious as to what you think of Tales of Symphonia for a world setting. I think it makes for a cool but maybe basic game setting. I don't know what Tales of Symphonia is. So I don't really care about it that much. I care about it a lot, but I have no idea. My knowledge is, I don't know. I think it probably makes a great setting or a terrible one, but nothing in between. Member is one step above member. Okay, cool. That's true. Good call. Good call. Good call. Good call. No, the main difference between being a member and not being a member is if you're a member, you are deciding, I want to support Cinder financially. And there is no reason to do that if you can't afford it or you don't want to. I'm a big anti-peer pressure for that shit here. That's why I have a little thing at the bottom of the screen that's keeping track of tallies so everyone can feel cool. But it's not necessary to survive or for us to be happy people. Did we get a new YouTube member too? Uh-oh. We did. Serial Man, thank you for becoming a member. That's very kind of you. Why didn't it pop up? I'm supposed to have a little announcement pop up. It might pop up soon. Did you just do it? I gotta be patient. Sometimes the announcements take a while. Anyway, thank you for the membership. I appreciate it. My unintentional peer pressure worked. Excellent. Let's see what else is going on here. Cool Patreon club, right? Right, guys? I mean, the Patreon's not bad. I like the Patreon, too. Patreon's cool. Long rests are not possible in the Churn unless a group has a Quake Stepper guide. Short rests are possible in the Churn without a guide, but have a 50% chance of being interrupted by tectonic events. It is not possible to take short or long rests on the ground in the deep Churn. Cool. I like the extremeness of this. I think it's cool. You love Guard and Rally? Oh, that's very kind of you. I'm in a podcast, guys. It's called Rally. Go listen to it if you want to. Unbalanced Encounters is actually what it's called. So you'll die within 6 days in the churn because of exhaustion, or am I odd? I think that it depends, right? There are plenty of ways you can rest by not being on the ground. You could cast Mordekainen's Magnificent Mansion. You could cast Rope Trick. You could have a Zephyr, you know? I think that what's happening here is you will die in 6 days if you do not have any way to survive. But that's not unreasonable. You gave me a like? Well, I like you. Portable hole is enough to solve this? That's true. Well, if the portable hole is on the ground when you place it and then you go sit in the portable hole, if the ground that you put it in moves and becomes sideways or upside down, you might fall out. That's the only thing I would say to that. Odinai says, I think 6 days in the churn would kill you with or without rest. Yes, I agree. Could Leomoon's hut be used to avoid this? I would actually probably, if I was a dungeon master, I would say no. Because the hut needs to rest on the ground. So if the ground was to break apart, I think that it would probably end the spell. Or the ground would break apart. What's up, Sudden Debt? You've arrived? Well, I have a little brownie. And because I'm a cosmic creature, I have a cosmic brownie. If you don't know what a cosmic brownie is, I feel very sad for you. And I encourage you to go look it up. They're so good. Get out of here, buddy. Thanks for being by. I'm going to be back tomorrow. We're streaming pretty much every day now. For at least a couple hours. So come back. It doesn't have M&Ms. It has these sort of fake M&Ms that are just little chocolate in candy that are just, they're like M&M teardrops. All right, let's take a look at what else is going on here. Battle complications. Oh, interesting. So this is like a D6 for combat encounters, I guess. If you're going to do a thing for battle complications and it's going to be a dice roll, or even if it's just a suggestion for things that are going to not be passives, but they're going to happen during the fight, I would give suggestions for how frequently these would happen. Do you have a day job? Nope. This is my day job. I quit my day job 2 years ago. And then for a year, I didn't make any money. And I lived incredibly frugally. And I did sort of odd jobs doing editing work for people. And then I think in like, I want to say May or April, in there, I started making enough money to kind of not have to do other work. Ugh. Am I better now? I hope so. Maybe give relative difficulties instead. I mean, that way it wouldn't get wouldn't gate the region behind level. I mean, it's not gated behind level. If I don't think it's gated behind level as is. And I don't think I don't think it's bad to put stuff in behind certain walls of challenge. Let's see what some of these are. A 50-foot wide canyon suddenly appears and separates the party. Then mud mephits and dust mephits attack. I would roll a dice here, right? 4d4, 2d4, some amount. Give us a number. Oh, I got the hiccups. Thoughts on RuneScape and Baldur's Gate? I can't actually. I mean, I could give you my opinion on both of them, but it's going to be a little bit. Like I don't have an objective opinion. I have, you know, both RuneScape and Baldur's Gate are really special to me because I got to work on them. So I don't. I like them a lot because I got to work on them. I did. Yeah, I was one of the lead writers. Let's take a look at another one of these features. As an earthquake begins, I mean, RuneScape was a long time ago. I haven't worked on RuneScape in years, but Baldur's Gate, I was one of the lead writers, like, pretty recently. All ground becomes difficult terrain, and creatures not native to the Churn have to make a saving throw, or they start falling prone. We get geysers that do some damage. We get patches of ground, harmlessly royal in Churn. And they can use a saving throw. Oh, they can make a dex check to pull gems out. That's cool. I like that one of them is just kind of nice. All right, looks like I have to time Data out for a minute. He's forgotten his place. That's too bad. I didn't want to time you out for 10 minutes. That was a mistake. If one of the mods wants to change how Data's timed out to being a minute, I think that's reasonable. I didn't mean to time him out for 10 minutes. But, you know, you get what you pay for. Let's see. A mountain explodes in the distance. And then you make a dex saving throw. That's a very easy dex saving throw. But if they fail, they take a shit ton of damage because, like, a big rock falls from a big volcano far away. That's cool. The battle disturbs a pair of earth elementals, which attack the tallest creature. They retreat into the earth after the creature is unconscious. Okay. These are all pretty cool. They're all pretty fun. Some of them feel like things that would happen in the middle of combat, but some of them feel like things that would just happen like while you're traveling. So I might split them up into ones that I would have happen in combat and ones that I would have be something that that is like a part of traveling. Everybody's so spicy today. They're upset. The Twitch people are upset that I'm on YouTube. The YouTube's upset that I'm on Twitch. Data broke a cardinal rule. Data broke a cardinal rule. And he knows what it was. I don't need to remind him. Chat, what do you guys think about that? Interesting. You're immediately adding the Churn to your campaign setting? Nice. This isn't Data's homebrew that we're looking at. Data said something in the chat. Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. I don't see any maze here that need to be here. You can question me. But don't... If I'm doing a thing, and you know what I'm doing, which you do, and I'm not even going to say it out loud, because you know what I was doing, shut the fuck up or play the game. But don't try to ruin the game. And if the game annoys you, that's where the option shut the fuck up is. Better be fine, or I'm going to time you out for a longer. I don't care. Oh, it's always spicy, Alec. What's up? Yeah, back the bit or be shunted to the Shadowfell. Can you remind all the cardinal rules? No. You learn them as you go. You love my content? I love your content. Hey, Alec, you want to see something cool? Hey, how's it going? How are you doing today? You having a good day? What's up, man? Isn't that pretty fun? Right? Right? Pretty cool, right? Anyway. I mean, I could show you all the stupid stuff I have. This is probably the weirdest new thing that I have. But I usually just use it for music stuff. But it's pretty cool, right? Doesn't this look cool? I was like, oh, look at me. I'm so cool. Wow. Wow. Anyway. That's what that is. The stupid stuff is. How's it going? Alec, you messaged me about homebrew stuff and then I responded and then you didn't respond back. If you want to talk about homebrew stuff at some point, let me know. Or whatever. We could do a homebrew stream together. We could do a... Alec, can I ask something? This is what I would like to do. Can I... Okay. Guys, let me just talk to Alec for a second. Hey, man, let's talk for a second. I would love to help, if you want, homebrew a monster or a magic item or a something for one of your Tales of Novum game. For one of your exploring the realms game. I know you have one coming up. If you need help with a monster, let me know. Or any of those things. No pressure. A little bit of pressure. Like 30% pressure. 60%. I think it would be fun. Okay. Rant over. Baba! Oh, look, guys, it's my podcast. Baba! Let's give them a round of applause. This is very, very cool, Baba. Very cool. I think the name The Churn is so good. I think that I don't think chat realizes how much that homebrew is sold by the name. I don't know how long you spent thinking about that name, but if that document, if that was called The City, if that was called the Shifting Sands, or if it was called Earthquake Area, or the Tectonic Region, or whatever, I don't think it would feel like as cool a piece. But there's something so evocative about that name that everything, like the name makes it feel really lived in, like a place. It's a name that feels like it has like a history to it. Not even like a history that is a geopolitical history, but like a personal history. It's a good piece. Anyway, fuck, that name was good, though, too. Feels like a name that people call it. Yeah, for sure. You definitely get some inspiration from Baba. Yeah, man, who don't? Baba's great. Baba's also one of our mods. Sometimes he goes by Philip Mead. Because he loves to fill up that mead. He wants to get crunk. Drink it up. I'm so burpy today. Hey, what's up, Dylan? Dylan, I'm on Twitch and YouTube today. I'm on Twitch. I'm on YouTube. I'm on Twitch. I'm on YouTube. You made your first batch of mead? I used to make mead when I was in college. I haven't made mead in a long time. And I wasn't very good at it, but my friends and I all worked together to make it. It ended up being pretty good. There were other people. I was not one of the most mead making in our group. I was more just a part of the team. You're teaching college right now? Tell college I say, hey, go learn. How do you guys go about making a maze type area that is hard to escape? A maze is one of the hardest things to do well in D&D. It really does not translate well to gameplay. Making a maze is tricky. The only time I've seen a maze done correctly, or not done correctly, but done well, was when somebody basically took a map of a maze, put it into a VTT, and then put virtual walls up to block line of sight. So you were literally having to move your piece through the maze. And it was like a combat encounter where it was happening in the maze. And that was cool. But the idea of like searching a maze without just showing the players a maze is really hard to do. Mead does have to ferment. You're saying you can't ferment stuff in college? First of all, what does it mean to be in college? I was in college for a long time. I only lived on a campus 1 year. But I lived in houses and homes for many of them. The way that you also can ferment stuff by like just putting it in a bottle and putting it in a closet, and then it ferments. That's how fermentation works. Well, I have several different degrees, but I was an English major for my main one. At least in terms of in terms of like collegiate, in terms of degrees that you guys would be like, what's your college degree? I feel like English is probably the obvious one for me. The other ones, I don't know how many count anymore. They're a little outdated. I try to get a new college degree every couple cycles just because I want to stay fresh, you know? But a lot of them don't last because knowledge is always changing, you know? Getting a science degree in the 1700s isn't going to do you much good in the 1900s. I struggled with English and didn't know I was dyslexic until 19. Fair. Bagada 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 bagada. Choop. Joe. All right, Joe. What you got for us today? Oops. A location based on Central Park post-humans. Oh, interesting. Okay. The Central Park overgrown. Cool. Let's take a look. Joe Mama. Why did I think that was so funny? Oh, I'm so stupid. Go Joe. G.I. Joe. Joe Schmo. Don't you know? Rigato. Nya. Etc. You definitely might not get spun, Dice. I don't feel bad if you don't get spun. You get spun all the time. Okay, guys. If you've been a long-time watcher of the show, you would know that up there, in that corner, you can't see it because it's off camera, I often have a spider. And I didn't for a long time. And I thought, well, maybe that era was over. And I got to say, I had some good times with my spider friend, but I didn't get to have that many. And I think I don't think it's the same spider, because I don't think spiders live that long. Maybe they do, but there's a spider and it's climbing. It's good to have a new buddy. What's up, dude? Dude, if I see anything crazy, I'm going to throw it at you and you're going to deal with it. You guys ever do that? Catch a bug and throw it at a spider web? Does that mean? I don't know. Anyway, let's take a look at this. Homebrew. Remnant. The inhabitants of what was once Central Park have gained sentience, and many creatures have mutated, growing or shrinking in size and sprouting additional limbs, features, or abilities. This is fine. Break this up into 2 sentences. This should be the first sentence, and then this is the second. It's a long thing if it's just 1 sentence. Break it up. For anybody that's watching at home, if you ever want to send me homebrew ever, that's going to be the most important feedback, I think, in general. Try to shorten your sentences, or at least some of them. All culminating in some bizarre, powerful creatures. This sentence doesn't mean anything. Get rid of it. A mysterious fungus dubbed ether has begun to bubble around. There should be an enter before this, because we're now talking about something different. So get rid of this sentence. It literally adds no information. This is saying, I'll tell you what this sentence says. This sentence says the culmination of creatures growing in bizarre and powerful ways is that some bizarre and powerful creatures are here. You know what I mean? Cereal Man, the $5 super chat. That's very kind of you. For a long time, I thought you were an ally that was either owned by a CinderBlock or a biker named CinderBlock. That's fine. I am CinderBlocksally, though. First name Cinder, last name Blocksally. And thank you for the super chat. That is very, very generous of you. All right, let's see. A mysterious fungus has begun to bubble around steel plates in the ground. When and where the fungus grows, magic follows and activates samples, and active samples of it are worth their weight in platinum. This is all great information, but again, this could be 2 sentences. This should be its own paragraph. But this is cool. My question is the way it's written, what I don't understand is if the ether is supposed to be what has made all the mutations happen, or if these are 2 separate things that are just happening at the same time. And if you want the ether to be what made the sentient monsters, that needs to be a little bit more clear here. And if you want them to be disconnected, all the more reason to break this off, make it its own paragraph. Yeah, there's a big crazy thing, and then there's also stuff growing underneath it. Do you know what I mean? Weren't the people sentient before in Central Park? Fine. Fair. True. 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 Very true. No, they weren't. You've been there before? Okay, fine. One day I should do a YouTube short where I just smash a bunch of cinder blocks and be like, I'm no ally to cinder blocks. That'd be stupid. Okay. The land has been dubbed Remnant because of the steel and glass monoliths surrounding her. What that sentence doesn't make any sense. What does Remnant have to do with glass and steel monoliths surrounding it? I would get rid of this whole sentence. When playing in Remnant, scale down size by 1/5. What does that mean? If you have 30 feet of movement in the Sword Coast, you have 6 feet. So this is 2 things here. One, 1/5 is way too dramatic of a cut down. By far. By far way too dramatic of a cut down. Especially considering the example that you gave doesn't even work with how movement works in D&D. Can you move 6 feet on a turn in D&D? Or a better question is, how can you move 6 feet on a turn in D&D but have it be different than moving 5 feet or 10 feet? You know? This is a post-apocalyptic setting. But regardless, this is not going to be fun. This means that if I have 30 feet of movement normally, I have 5 feet of movement normally, that's not going to be fun. Just make it difficult terrain. Just make it difficult terrain. This, I don't know how much you thought about it, but this is fucked. Also, this is only movement that you list, but it says scale size down by 1/5. So, like, is everything scaled down by 1/5? And what else does that mean? As someone who uses plant growth against the party, anything slower than half is not fun. We did look at the churn. Because we are on YouTube and Twitch, if we looked at your piece already, you can go over to the YouTube stream and you can rewind it to the part that you got looked at if you want. Databank says, why not reduce the movement speeds to 5 feet per round? That would be an easier way to write this, but I don't think that would be fun. I don't know. Is that crazy? But I feel like that's too extreme. Also, what is this table for? Race, species, alliance, all elves, cat, and Filidae. I don't know what this means. So if you want to introduce a table, great. But the table needs instructions. It needs to make sense. It needs rules for how it's written. We need to understand what we're supposed to do with it. It's small world? I don't know what that means. What do you mean it's small world? Do you mean like it's like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids? And everybody's tiny? Or like everything in the world is small? I don't know. You're playing as rats and stuff. Oh. That needs to be a lot clearer. That needs to be painted across this. So the idea is all of these races you would translate into different types of animals. Yeah, no, I think you're right, Data. That is, oh my god, that is so big that that's missing from this. People are not going to make that connection, and this does not do a good job of explaining that, and this table does not do a good job of explaining itself either. Please. Holy shit, how do you not have that as the first fucking sentence? Okay, the first sentence of this piece needs to be about how this is fucking Redwall, but not regular life. It's 30 feet for you, but 6 feet if you were a human. I think the idea, yeah, I think that's supposed to be the idea, but it's not, yeah, it's a game setting. It's not a region. Yeah, it's a game setting. I mean, it is sort of a region, but it's like, it's a region that is designed for you to play in a very specific way, but it is definitely more of a game setting than it is a region. Because the whole point of a region is that you should be able to plug it into any game. You can't plug this into any game, because if you're regular sized, you don't need to do any of this. And if you're, you know, in your game world, you might have Aarakocras and dwarves and stuff. You don't need to do any of this. So when we're I'll read a little bit more, but I think that that's the situation. This actually didn't really follow the prompt. This was like the prompt that this person, the prompt that Joe did was design a setting, design a unique campaign setting, not a region that somebody could plug into anyone else's campaign. That being said, I agree with the Shades of the Mothman. Apocalypse Redwall is really cool as an idea. All right, let's read a little bit more. Magic and the Ether. The most common effect of Ether is to build or quell a creature's internal magic. Consuming a platinum piece worth of it allows a creature to respec its class and abilities. That's too much. This would be really... this wouldn't work. I think it's okay if this is a thing that you can do once and never again. But this would be so frustrating as a dungeon master. And honestly, really confusing as players. Because your character is... their personality kind of comes from their stats too. So like... I don't know. I don't actually like that. I normally don't just say don't put that mechanic in, but I'm going to just say it. Don't put this mechanic in. How does the ability to respec your class and abilities tie into the apocalyptic Redwall setting? It doesn't. Like this is just giving you withers from Baldur's Gate 3, which does not work in D&D. Also, I do want to point something out. Consuming 2 platinum pieces allows you to see a day into the future. How the fuck can your dungeon master make that work? In order for that ability to work, your dungeon master would literally need to see the future. Unless you want to just make it a version of casting augury or something. So you can't give a feature that requires the dungeon master to be able to travel time in order for them to use it. All right. And you got some stuff about like war between bird people. And then we got some origin, we got some locations. I would probably give the locations potential encounters or creatures that would be there. I would probably not spend this much time on the war. It's another situation where it's like the lore part of your... in a weird sort of way, the lore probably should be one of the shortest parts of this document. We're not actually like we're getting a lot of plot, but we're not actually getting a lot for a dungeon master to use here. We're getting almost nothing to help the dungeon master run this. The only thing that really is here to help the dungeon master run this is what they're going to translate different D&D races into and the vibe of a couple location ideas. So, if I were you, whether or not you're trying to write this as a setting or a region, you got to include more mechanical explanation. And you got to include more details for... not more details. You got to include more explanation, and you got to include more mechanics for the dungeon master to use. I would say that specific creatures for... I would say specify specific creatures for the animal table. Primates vary too much in size. Maybe. What's up, Manic Mouth? How's it going? The vibe is cool. It seems like it would be a cool campaign setting, but you didn't really write a region. And even if it is a campaign setting, some of it is a little crazy, and I don't understand why we're getting it. And then other things, I think you put too much time into the war and not enough into what is actually happening now and how we can handle it, what we can do at it, you know? Because of the table, I could be a chimp or a gorilla or even a human. That's true. All right. Thank you very much, Joe, for sharing your piece. Let's give Joe a round of applause. If it were a campaign alteration, it'd be fun for each creature type to have a specific animal ability. That's true. That could be cool. You definitely misread the prompt. That's okay. You got to read it more carefully next time. I would skim it next time. I would not skim it. I would make sure to actually read all of the things, because I was very explicit in this prompt. This is the first prompt where I like wrote not only rules, but I wrote like specific intentions too. So just, you know, read it carefully next time. But that's fine. We all make mistakes. A world where the humans who visit are the same size might work. Yeah, or maybe the region has some weird magic around it. I think somebody said it. Like when you enter the region, you are shrunk down into tiny size. That could be fun too. Oh, it's a cool idea. Definitely a cool idea. Definitely a cool idea. It's definitely a cool idea, but it's not defiantly a cool idea. It is quite fiant in its coolness. Quite fiant. Honey, I Shrunk the Players. Exactly. Buggada, 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 buggada. Oh, I forgot to look if there's anybody new. Oh, there is. Not Databank. All right, well, I'll add you to the next one. Buggada, 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 buggada. Boo! Alfredo sauce. What a funny name. Hello. This region is supposed to be mysterious, and players shouldn't know what is going on from the start. Okay, if you want to do a mysterious region, that's great. That does not mean it should be mysterious to the Dungeon Master. So just because the region is confusing from the start, it needs to be very clear immediately to the Dungeon Master. What's up, Censored Squid? Welcome to the show. This is called the Monarch's Woods. Let's take a look. There it is in YouTube. I'll post it in Twitch too. There it is in Twitch. I wish it wasn't such a big block of text. That's my first thought. In fact, do you know what my guess is here? This is my guess. My guess is you decided to make smaller indents because you wanted to fit all the words, but it kind of ruins your paragraphs. So, Alfredo, next time, don't do this. This is some fucking high school shit. It actually kind of pisses me off. It's the kind of thing where it's like, you have to do a 5-page essay and you stretch the size between the words like by 0.1 decimal. 0.1 decimal to make it bigger. So it feels like you're cheating when I see that shit. And I don't like it. So I will say, I'm going to read it, but it does make me immediately decide I'm going to go a little harder because you decided to push the boundaries of the rules to squeeze shit in. And if you didn't do that, and you just write paragraph nubs, enter marks, then there's something wrong with you, and you need to fix that. And I don't know what that problem is. A group of adventurers have taken a job to be rangers in the woods. I'm so mad. I'm immediately so mad. I'm going to keep reading. Chat, if you can figure out why I'm mad, you win. It is twilight, and the sun rising over the horizon shimmers off the dark blue lake. The sun rises, and a light rumbling starts in the ground. The lake water turns black, and the sun shines red over the treetops. The party readies their weapons. The monarch is coming. Why am I so mad? Why am I actually annoyed? Look how much space this flavor text takes up. It is so fucking repetitive. It's completely you could literally say all of this in one sentence. We talk about the sun shines, the sun rises, the sun rises. There's so much repetition here. If you want to have flavor text that's a quote, do it. That's amazing. But you know what? If you're doing shit like not fully indenting your paragraphs to squeeze space, maybe don't have your flavor text repeat itself 3 times and take up, you know, twice as many words as it needs to. You know? The reason why this feels fucking fat and chonky is because you're overwriting your sentences and you are repeating yourself constantly. All right, let's see what actually happens here. The Monarch's Woods is a forest that begins half a mile from the edge of the largest city in the continent and is owned by its monarch. Most of this sentence doesn't matter. Just say the Monarch's Woods is a forest that sits half a mile from the edge of from the largest city in the empire on the continent. Period. Nobody in the city is allowed in the woods, as it's been off limits from common folk for decades. You're repeating yourself so much. Do you know what this sentence says? Let me read it. Let me read this sentence to you. Nobody in the city is allowed in the woods, as no one in the city is allowed in the woods. You see that, right? You don't need to write that way. Just say just say the woods are off limits and have been for decades. Period. The only people allowed in the woods are rangers, keeping the woods safe from intruders. Again, you're repeating yourself. Get rid of this ending. We don't need it. Rangers never stay for long, whether they are reporting whether they were reported missing or are said to have gone crazy. But because... What the fuck are you doing with this sentence? Oh my god. I want to drag my face across a chalkboard. The Rangers... Let me just read this out loud to you. So you'll hear you hear where my head's at. I'm going to read the whole thing as written. The Rangers never stay for long, whether they were reported missing or are said to have gone crazy. But because of pay, people continue to take the job. That's like 4 sentences smushed together, and each of those sentences is written from a different perspective. What is your goal here? Folks that take the job of rangers don't seem to last long, as most are reported missing or go crazy. But the pay is good. Something like that. You know, get it all in the same direction. You're truncating these ideas, right? You got rangers never stay long, and then randomly, grammatically, totally incoherently, whether they were reported missing or said to have gone crazy. What the hell does that mean? That doesn't mean they don't stay long. That means they disappear. That's very different than staying long. Rangers don't stay long means like most people only do the job during the summer. During the winter months, they take off and visit the family. So you got to tighten this shit up. There's no excuse for these many words to say the amount of information we're getting here. Maybe they meant last long, but the difference between last and stay is a mountain of a difference. And it's doing that cardinal sin of changing tenses in the middle of a sentence. We have present tense, and then we have past tense, and then we have present tense. Why is past tense in the middle of a present tense sentence? It doesn't work. It literally doesn't work. Also, why is the pay good? Who's paying for what? Yes, all of that I'm curious about as well. We're getting very, like, you know what this whole paragraph says? The Monarch's woods are at the edge of the Empire, and the only folks that travel there are the Rangers. Period. That's it. You could throw in another sentence. And most Rangers don't last long, and most Rangers end up going crazy or missing after just a few weeks. Period. Something like that. But like you're killing yourself. You're melting your tools. You're taking this resource of page space and you're filling it with stuff that is just vapid. It's just you're wasting it. You have to boil the idea down to the core concept and then get that idea out there. And if you want to write language that is poetic or flowery or expressive, do it, but do it tight. Eldritch rulers. There are reasons that the king never lets citizens into the woods. Son of a bitch, we don't need this. This is another sentence that says nothing. This says, you know what this sentence says? This sentence says, nobody is allowed to do a thing because this is the bad guy. This is like, the kingdom has rules because of reasons. It's another sentence that doesn't say anything. Just literally skip it. Start the next sentence. Underneath the lakes, comma, lives a colony of... Actually, no comma there, excuse me. Live colonies of eldritch monarch butterflies. Cool. What a cool sentence this is. Please make this the sentence. Fuck this. Keep this. During the day, when the sun rises, there is a chance that the light disturbs them. That's so awkwardly written. And they rise from the lakes, causing chaos. Drop the during the day. When the sun rises, there is a chance the light disturbs them. Period. They rise from the lakes, causing chaos in the local areas. Period. Something like that. Also, what kind of chaos? What do they do? We need a little bit of information about them here. This is all just sort of... The thing is, you're giving us these little bullet point entries, but you're actually not giving us any information we can really use. All of this is still just intro flavor text. All of it so far. Monarchs of the Lakes. Monarch's Woods has 3 giant lakes throughout it. At night, these lakes are normal, dark blue bodies of water. During the day, the lakes turn pitch black and are almost impossible to see through. That's cool. I like that. I wish I felt like that connected to something else here, or there was a logic to it, or there was something that made this all connected. It's a shame that there isn't, because right now it just sort of feels like we're getting a lot of explanation of stuff without getting any explanation for it, which, again, is not really helpful for the Dungeon Master. Reading it, the information seems to be told out of order. Yeah, it does kind of have that vibe. I get the sun is a big focus, but these creatures seem completely unrelated despite having a reaction to the light. I haven't gotten to the creatures yet. I guess the monarchs are the creatures you mean, yes. I guess I did get to them. I forgot about them immediately because they don't seem to do anything. All right. Sons of Chaos. Each day when the sun rises in the woods, roll a d6 to determine the eldritch chaos that ensues for the day. Consult the following table to see what happens. Okay, cool. So every day you roll a d6 to see something happen. 1 through 3, nothing happens. 4, the monarchs rise, the sun turns red. 5, the monarchs rise, the sun turns green. 6, the monarchs rise, the sun turns purple. Is that all that happens? Oh, they do other things here. Oh, this is all just mechanics? Wow, we really get very little explanation in all of this, huh? I wish there were less words that I wish there were less words and they were more intentional, specific words. Okay, so actually something else happens. Bloodthirsty, all this happens. Aberrant, all this happens. And maddening, all this happens. Okay. Bloodthirsty. When the bloodthirsty sun rises, turns red. I would not say consult the table to see what happens and then have the table not include the table, because this isn't the table. Like, or the table doesn't say what happens. It's underneath the table that says what happens. So I probably wouldn't consult the table to see what happens, considering it's under the table that it's listed. Or I would figure out how to get this information in the table. Bloodthirsty sun. When the bloodthirsty sun rises, the sun turns red. The following effects occurred during the day while the sun is up. At the end of every hour, every beast, aberration, monstrosity, and humanoid has to make a DC 12 intelligence saving throw. That is annoying. That's not going to work. That's too many saving throws. Even if the dungeon master isn't rolling it for the creatures, which they wouldn't in a million years. That's an annoying amount of saving throws. While in this frenzy, the creature must move towards and make an attack on the nearest creature it can. While in this frenzy, the creature must move towards and make an attack on. There are literally spells in D&D that do this. Why didn't you just copy their language? I do get a little squinty when I read. Creatures can make an intelligence saving throw at the end of each hour. The DC equals 15 minutes. 15 minus the number of creatures they have killed since entering the frenzy. On a success, the frenzy ends. This is too much. This just doesn't work. You just wouldn't be able to play in that. It just doesn't work. That's too many saving throws. This is essentially a bigger-ish... Like, this is a bigger deal. This is a harder area effect than, like, the madness of the demon lords in the abyss. Like, the perpetual madness auras of the demon lords are less intense than this. This is too intense. Yeah, it's 8 saving throws a day minimum. That's crazy. That's way too many. I don't think that's going to be fun. I don't know if Data's saying it's not too many or if it is too many. He's just saying that it's 8 saving throws at a DC 12, but I feel like it's too many. Also, the DC equals 15 minus the number of creatures we killed. So is the DC 12 or is the DC 15? Most beasts have an intelligence of like 3 or lower, so they're just gonna fail that save. Everything would be dead. Yeah, I kind of agree. I think everything would be dead. I just think it doesn't work. I can tell you what would work. If you make the save once, and if you're successful, you're immune to it for the day. That could work. And then if you're not successful, you start to enter into the saving throws, kill stuff mode. It shouldn't last an hour either. No, I agree. It shouldn't last. Yeah. No, it shouldn't last an hour. I agree. I would say a minute. Waiting an hour to make a save just wastes players' time. Yeah, I agree. Creatures in frenzy cannot tell friend from foe. Okay, fine. That doesn't necessarily... I don't think it needs a whole bullet point. In fact, you say it has to attack the nearest creature it can see, so I think that's kind of probably fine. All right, let's see what the Aberrant Sun does. An unspeakable horror climbs out of each lake for a total of 3. They stalk the woods and hunt creatures in it. They disappear when the sun sets. They have the following additional features. Aberrant horrors don't need any additional features, but let's see. Mysterious figure. Any creature... Oh, looks! You fucking figured out how to write an indent! What's going on up here? Any creature with an intelligence score of 6 or higher and is more than 60 feet away from the unspeakable horror. Your grammar, my guy. And... okay. Here's what I would say. Any creature with an intelligence score of 6 or higher that is more than 60 feet away from the unspeakable horror perceives it as a medium humanoid wearing a crown. That's how you write that sentence. That's fine. It's sort of like this is, you know, sometimes there'll be monsters, sometimes they won't. It's kind of up to the dungeon master if they want this to become like a thing that you have to deal with. Maddening sun. I like the vibe that they look like a person from far away. That's kind of fun. And then maddening sun. When the maddening sun rises, everybody has to make saving throws or they take long-term madness. I'm not going to... that feels like a little bit of a cop-out. That's basically just how the madness table works normally for being in the abyss. I would try to come up with something a little bit more unique, I think. Then we get some plot hooks. We get an party has accepted a job in the woods, but things change in the sun. That's not really a plot hook. That's just what would happen. News spreads that a ranger went missing in the woods after suddenly killing their fellow strangers. That's like, I would say this is not a plot hook. This is like a local rumor. Party learned their friend was found dead, covered in oozes in the woods. Yeah, these are local rumors. They're not really plot hooks. And this is also not really a plot hook. This is like just saying that you should have the player accept a job in the woods. So a plot hook is taking everything that we have here and then building something new inside of it that a player could use, or dungeon master could use to tell a story. So if I was going to make a plot hook for this area, I might say something like a strange wanderer carrying a giant umbrella is seeking crystals to help finish their magic protective umbrella, and so that because they want to teach everyone how to protect themselves from the sun. And in order to help them, you have to swim to you have to get a gem from the bottom of one of the lakes. Something like that. Yeah, a plot hook needs tension, not just, and then a thing happens, yeah. A hook is a reason to go into the woods. Yeah, exactly. And then we have a little art. Lovely, lovely. I think that if I was going to make a guess, my guess is you spent way too much time trying to fit this into one page, and you should have spent more time thinking about, is this the right piece to get in on a page? And if it is, what information do I need on this page? Because there's a lot of stuff here that you just don't need. A lot. And I think you got to tweak Bloodthirsty Sun down a bit. I think you got to give Maddening Sun something a little bit more unique. Like, I still don't really know what this thing is. You said in your thing it's supposed to be mysterious. The players shouldn't know what's going on from the start. I don't know what's going on at the end. So I do feel like there needs to be some amount of knowing what's going on. Do you know what I mean? Hi, sorry, just wanted to say I found you through shorts and I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of you, just desire for kitty cat persists. I'm a big fan of you. Yeah, exactly. The players don't need to know what's going on, but the Dungeon Master does. And the point of this document should be to give the Dungeon Master the tools to know what's going on, but run a game where the players don't and they can figure it out. I don't think the person wrote this for the players to read, but I do think that there are tools missing in this toolbox. That's for sure. I like the idea of a crazy sun that makes you go crazy and does crazy stuff. That's cool. It's very eldritch. It's a very spooky vibe. I just think it needs to be a little bit more mechanically tight. And I think the writing and the lore and the things you choose to include and not include matter a lot here. They matter a lot here. Very Teletubbies? It is very Teletubbies, sort of. Oh, that's funny, Bildo. You a funny guy. Funny, funny. Teletubbies was your nightmare fuel? I thought it was boring. I liked Arthur a lot when I was little. I liked Sesame Street. I liked... What was the name of that show? Zoobly Zoo was pretty good. I never really liked... I feel bad saying this, but I never really liked Mr. Rogers when I was little. Maybe I did when I was really little, but I don't remember ever being like excited to watch Mr. Rogers. I don't remember being excited to watch Teletubbies. I do remember being excited for Sesame Street. I do remember being excited for Zoobly Zoo. I do remember being excited for Arthur. Arthur was the show that I liked the most. That was my favorite show. All right. Thank you very much. Who was this? This was Alfredo Sauce. Thank you very much, Alfredo Sauce. Let's give them a round of applause. Arthur's been on for a couple thousand years, depending on what kind of cable you have and what sort of channels you get, and then what region you watch it in. You guys just got it really late. It's sort of in the same way where, like, in a way that you might be able to understand it is that, like, in Europe, a lot of the time they're getting music and fashion stuff, especially like Middle East Europe, or where the Europe and the Middle East kind of meet. You know, like a decade or so after the West. So you'll have like a lot of 80s fashion, big in the 90s, etc. It's like that. You guys just got it late. So you're catching up. Doesn't feel like you're catching up because it's new for you. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I hope so. I'm getting tired. All right, I think we're going to do a couple more. I'm not sure how many more. We're going to see. But what do you guys think of the slightly tweaked setup? Do you like it? It's pretty much the same, right? For people that are watching on Twitch, it kind of just feels like we're watching on Twitch. And now that people that want to watch on YouTube, they can watch on YouTube, right? It's pretty much the same. You like it? You only watch Electric Company ads of the song? You like the simulcast? The main thing that I want to make sure is that it doesn't feel like a lesser quality show. I want to make sure that it feels like still, you know, I like it being a, you know, I want to put on a good show for you guys. Oh shit, it's databank. Wait a minute. Somebody submitted something that says not databank. And then somebody else submitted something that said databank. Oh. You're just being nice? I just wanted to say thank you for putting up this challenge. I've been putting off making a bunch of Magic the Gathering locations for a while now, and your challenge saved you the help. Hell yeah. Oh, is this going to be a Magic the Gathering location? Oh, is this just my Patreon? Yeah, it's just my Patreon. You funny. Alright, I did not roll not databank, though. I did just roll databank. So it's not like data got 2 spins on the wheel, because I didn't roll not databank. I just rolled databank. Okay? So anybody that's like, he got 2 spins on the wheel. No, he didn't. Everybody shut up. Not complete, but enough is all I need, baby. Okay, also, guys, raise your hand in the chat if you know a lot about Magic the Gathering, because I do not. So we are going to have to, you're going to have to help me here, chat. Data can help a little bit, but Data's looking at the world through rose-colored glasses because they wrote this homebrew. So if you understand the references that are being made here, help. It's less than 1 page. It's on to pages, but I just have a lot of art. I think you made it's on 2 pages. Okay. Welcome to the Glimmer Void of Miradon. Okay, so I don't know what the Glimmer Void of Miradon is, but chat, do you know what that is? We're going to find out together. You know what's so funny? Data does this all the time. Data likes to put art in his Google Doc in his Homebrew documents. There it is in the chat, by the way. But he doesn't give a shit about making it look clean. He has things cut off. He has no watermarks, no smooth edges, just straight up boom. It's on the fucking page. Suck a dick. Okay, so this is the art, and this is the page. Is that what I'm seeing here? All right, let me look. Oh, this is cool looking. Okay, so this is the Glimmer Void. I'm only pointing it out, Data, because I see it as a pattern. I'm not saying you. I'm not I'm sorry. I'm criticizing. Oh, there's more here. Oh, there's a little bit. Okay. Read the following text to your players. Once they are a distance into the Glimmer Void. Okay, cool. This is nice. So this is the thing that you actually see in a lot of D&D books or modules where you're like, hey, read this thing to your players when they get here. And Dungeon Masters often really like that. It's a nice thing. Let's see what it says. A vast desert lies before you. A mesmerizing hexagonal pattern repeating all the way into the distance. I would probably clarify that it's not just a pattern. It's like the ground is made of it. Like a vast desert made of plates of metal or whatever. The sun shines down above you, each in a different fifth of the sky. I don't know what that means. That's confusing. Not one providing a direction in the monotonous desert you saw. What the fuck? Come on, Data. Read these sentences out loud to yourself. The sun shines down above you, each in a different fifth of the sky. Not one providing a direction in the monotonous desert you find yourself in. I don't know, man. The flow of this is a little off. I understand that there are multiple suns, but I'm saying that this sentence structure is off. I see that it says suns. Shut the fuck up. Me missaying suns is not the issue. The issue is this sentence back to back with this sentence. It doesn't sound good. Grammatically, it's okay, but it doesn't feel good in my mouth when I say it. I'm wondering if it would feel better if this opening sentence did a little bit of a better job describing how all the suns shine down. Each in a different fifth of the sky is a very weird description, and I don't know how I feel about it. And then I also think we need a little bit more about like what the desert actually looks like, because hexagonal pattern, I don't know if it's the way I would describe this. You don't need to apologize when I lash out. It's fine. Features of the Glimmer Void. I like the art. The art's cool. Makes it seem like there's 5 suns. I think there are 5 suns. I just think it's not very clear or evocative in a way that this flavor text needs to be. The whole point of this text is to set a very clear picture in the players' minds that evokes something in them. And I feel like it's just missing the mark a little bit. I don't think it's bad. I think it's not accomplishing its goal, though. The Glimmer Void is an empty desert traversed by little more than blink. This is the second time you're writing this way. Little more than. You kind of did that up here. Not one providing. You keep doing this where you're starting ideas with the negative of the idea. Stop doing that. That's a bad writing habit. With little more than blink mouths and those with no better way to cross it. I see what you're doing here. You're trying to make it sound like I get the vibe. It's supposed to be a little bit like morbid. And those with no better way to cross it. Implies that, like, you know, only those that can't find ways around it or clever ways have to travel through it. But I don't think it reads well. I don't. I don't think you should write your sentences like they're the lines that a supervillain would say in a cartoon show. I don't think they land. It is made up of the redundant hexagonal plates from which it derives its name. This is another nothing sentence. Not another one. You haven't had any nothing sentences yet, but this is a nothing sentence. This sentence says, the Glimmer Void is named after the hexagons that it's named after. It's made up of the hexagons that it's named after. Sort of seems like a nothing burger sentence. I'd probably get rid of it. Try to figure out what the important piece of information is in here that you actually care about, and say it in half the words, or find another way to get it in somewhere else. I'm not getting the connection between the hexes and the name Glimmer Void. Yeah, me either. Well, there kind of isn't one. The problem here is that it's resting on the lore. At least the way that I'm reading it is it sort of requires you to have a pretty big understanding of Magic the Gathering and this stuff to make that connection. It implies something that is, I don't think there's one either. Oh, well then then put it in there. Then why is it named after them? Also, why are they called redundant? Doesn't redundant mean unnecessary? Like, yeah, why are using the word redundant? Do you mean repeating?
The art is damn pretty, though.
The art is very pretty, I agree. Repetitive is the word you want, not redundant then. Redundant means unnecessary, unneeded, superfluous. Also, why are there 5 suns and not 6? It's a realm of hexagons. Yeah, I agree with Dragon. Data, if you keep making tongue-in-cheek excuses, you can't hide behind the fact that this is Magic the Gathering. Just because you decided to copy Magic the Gathering, okay? You need to stand up for yourself. Don't be a fucking baby. Don't hide behind it. This has happened a couple times now where you made a choice that was like, why did you do this? And you were like, I don't know, Magic did it. Who the fuck cares? I know you're not a child. Stand up for your writing. Because you wanted to. That's not a good reason. That reason's bad. Have a good reason or don't do it. No offense. But you know that. If you want there to be 5 suns, 6 hexagons, somehow write that in here in a way that's going to make sense. There needs to be connective tissue is what I'm saying, and there isn't. That connective tissue is the difference between that making sense and not making sense. And if you don't have a reasoning, then shut the fuck up. I don't know what else to say. But don't hide. Don't hide. Oh, it's okay because it's just because Magic did it. Magic can just do it. You did it. You made that choice. Properties of Glimmer Void. Glimmer Void is both... Oh, wait, I missed the part here. These plates are continuous, but for overhangs. Oh, come on, man. Don't write sentences like that. Places of previous conflict and the edge where the Glimmer Void ends and returns to the rest of the world. Data, I need you to write sentences like a human being. I know you can. Why are you writing them like you're writing like biblical text? Please, please write sentences like a human being. You can do it. I have seen you do it. There are times where it's okay to write that way. Like, this is not wrong, but for overhangs. But it stands out. It really stands out in a way that is uncomfortable. Except for overhangs would make a lot more sense with the way this is written. Literally, the word accept would make so much more sense here. Grammatically, they function in basically the same way, but it's tonally makes a lot more sense here. If you're not trying to write something with the tone of like Shakespearean English, don't use but for. I also think you could say where the Glimmer Void ends. When you say and returns to the rest of the world, the sentence is getting too long and it's not adding any information. Just cut all of this. If a hexagon Glimmer Void... What's a hexagon Glimmer Void? If a hexagon Glimmer Void has been removed, grass or natural fauna... Put a comma after removed. Or natural fauna can grow in the loose dirt. You must have... Maybe you really rushed writing this. There's a lot of little hiccups here, though, buddy. You mean a Glimmer Void hexagon? That's probably what you mean. Switch those two words around. And put a comma after here. Okay. Weirdly, very little information, considering what we're getting here. I still don't really understand what's going on. I feel like it would be easy. I feel like, I don't know, man. I feel like it would be worthwhile to rewrite this opening. I would spend a little bit more time explaining what the hexagons look like and how they rest in the space, like what they are. You can get rid of a lot of this language from which it derives its name. And then you can fit in a little bit more detail. Like, aside from them being repeating hexagons, what else are they? What are they made of? What do they feel like? Are they cold to the touch? Are they hot to the touch? Do they reflect light? Do they change? Do they shimmer? Do they just sit there? What do they do? If they just sit there, then you don't really need to say that much. What's up with dirt? That doesn't seem consistent with the lore. I don't know the lore. I guess there's dirt under the plates. How big are they? We don't have any idea how big they are. All right, let's keep going. I'm trying to imagine what I would think about this if I didn't have the pictures. And I think if I didn't have the pictures, I would just be confused. And I don't like that. I think what's actually making this work is the pictures and not the writing so far. So I feel like if I were you, I think the actual best way to get feedback on this moving forward would be to show somebody this without the pictures and to see what they have to say about it. And I think you're going to end up getting more precise feedback. Hello, Cinder. I've been trying to come up with an idea for a Warforged druid who isn't actually sentient, but is piloted by a squirrel, but I've been having trouble figuring out how that would work. Why don't you just flavor it that way? And just mechanically, you're just a Warforged druid, but you flavor it like there's a little squirrel that sits inside your head. And then when you wild shape into a squirrel, you could reflavor that as you popping out and just being a squirrel. Let's see the properties of the Glimmer Void. Glimmer Void is both the location and the name of the unique metal you step on. This is the first time that is made clear. I don't love that. Each hexagon can be as small as a bead or a little larger than a human. How do they all interconnect if they're different sizes? That is confusing to me. You can achieve leverage on a hex by plunging a sword or other object in between the crevice. AC 16. Once the leverage is achieved, it takes a DC 10 athletics check to remove a single tile from the ground. The tile is a type of metal and weighs around 8 pounds. Well, if they can be as small as... Do they all weigh the same? We don't actually get any of their properties either in the properties section. What's the properties? The properties is that here's a mechanic for picking them up. So I do want to know a little bit more about what makes them unique. I don't understand, like, I guess I'm a little bit bummed that I don't understand what makes this place cool, other than the fact that it's a tiled floor. Right now, it's just a tiled floor. And I wish it felt like it was more than that. Clock of Omens. This clock has a green arm that bounces back and forth, ticking like a metronome. Its loud ticking clock can be heard from up to a mile away. Cool. The ticking grows fainter as a creature approaches the clock, and ends once the creature can see the clock or is within 100 feet. Okay. If a creature is deafened, it feels the ticking instead, experiencing the same results. Okay. As a creature approaches the clock, their movement begins to synchronize with its ticking, completely synchronized once they cannot hear the clock anymore. A creature is unaware of its own synchronization. No saving throw or anything, it just happens. We don't really know what else it does, though. If a magic item is placed on the ground within 30 feet of the clock, it regains all of its charges on the clock's next tick. Okay, that's quite powerful. Pretty cool, though. Doing so slows the clock down by 1 second for each magic item. For each magic item are recharged this way. Ugh. That is recharged this way. Come on. The clock remains slowed until midnight, at which point it instantly returns to its normal ticking speed. If combat occurs near the Clock of Omens, each round lasts for 1 tick of the clock. Okay. I like the idea of a big, ominous clock tower that changes you the more you close to get to it, and you can put things down, and you can recharge items and shit with it. But, like, there is no information here about what the Glimmer Void is. Like, at all. So, I would spend less time explaining the clock and more time explaining the properties of the Glimmer Void and the vibe of the Glimmer Void. Because I don't really know what I would do with this as a Dungeon Master. And I have no idea what I would do with the tiles of the hexagon other than just making it a tiled floor. I could make something up, but there's nothing here for me to use. There's not even a clue as to what the hexagons might be used for. There's a lot of information about picking them up, which implies they're used for something, but no information about what they're used for. There also is no information about any life that is here or creatures that are here other than this mention of blink moth, but I don't know what a blink moth is, so this doesn't really help me in any way. And I still don't understand what you're visually trying to express here. When you say the plates are continuous but for overhangs, places of previous conflict, and the edge of the Glimmer Void, like, what does that look like? What does that mean? What does an overhang in this situation look like? I just don't know. It's just confusing to me. So, Data, I would say this piece is a cool start, but it needs a lot of work because it's not anything yet. It's mechanics for picking up tiles and a suggestion for a cool clock tower vibe that has a minor but powerful magical effect. Those are my thoughts. And I think if there wasn't art, I would just be confused. So, if I were you, I would spend less time with the art and more time with the writing. And I might even take the art out the next time I show it to someone to see if they get a good sense of what it's supposed to feel like. And I would spend more time on... less time explaining the hexagons as just being hexagons, and maybe more time getting a little bit into the weeds of like what it's like to travel here. Those would be my thoughts. Thank you, Databank, for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. Like I said, work in progress. Yes. Yeah, no, I know it's a work in progress. I know that's why, like, I'm not giving you shit about not having all of the flora and fauna and things like that. I'm mostly just criticizing what's on the page so far. But yeah, I know it's a work in progress. Don't worry. Let's give Data a round of applause, please. Thank you, thank you. We got a piece from Schmords. The reason why I was particularly harsh with that piece was not really because I didn't like it. It's because I do like it. The art was so cool. I want to see what that place is supposed to feel like. And I guess I was struggling with reading the whole document and still not knowing what the place feels like. You know? But I really do like it, and I hope you keep working on it. Fudge Ghost says, can I get a quick ruling? In a game the other night, I tried to punch a guy with an alchemist firebomb in my hand. That way, the baddie takes the damage from my punch and the direct hit from the firebomb. My PC would also take the damage. DM said no, which is fair enough. I would also say no. I had a player that was trying to do that kind of stuff all the time, and it was so frustrating. I think occasional little things are fine, but when you're deciding you're trying to play D&D, not the way that it's written, but you want all of your main things to be weird rule interpretation things, you might as well not play D&D. And I found it to be incredibly irksome when my player would do stuff like that, because he did it all the time too. At one point I even told him, I was like, hey man, I need you to just do what your character does, because I don't want to have to figure out a rule discrepancy every single time you take your turn. I had to have like a conversation with him about it. So I would say if it was a one-time thing, I'd probably say yes. If it was the kind of thing where you were like using it as like a part of your arsenal fighting style, the way you played, I would say no. I find the D&D exploit channels to be annoying when they come up. I'm a D&D exploit channel. You think I'm not? I definitely am. Oh shit! Last person to submit tonight. Just got spun on the wheel. Let's go. I felt like this would be a cool setting that would pose as a race against time to get out and wonder if there's anything else I could do. Sorry, it's short. I don't mind short. Ain't nothing wrong with short. It's not that short. Here it is in the chat. Here it is in the thing. Bite-sized world info. Event. Age of Enlightenment. World had magic. Event. The silence. Why are you saying event each time? Erase all of these. They're redundant. And why are these written in Why is the thing that matters in parentheses? And the thing that doesn't matter first. Okay. The Age of Enlightenment. The world has magic. The silence. Magic vanishes one day. Think death does not apply or time is warped. Okay, that doesn't really mean anything. Some random names. War. Magical Dark Age leads to war. The disjunction. Mid-war magic returns and new creatures. Anti-reality zones calm down. Okay. Who made this? Are you watching in the chat right now? Shmore, I'm going to be honest right now. It seems like you didn't read the assignment. How is this a region? This seems like you're trying to build like a campaign. This is like the plot to a story. That isn't it? Then why is it the first thing that I read? It's what's after it? Then why is it on the page? Then why is it here? Get rid of it then. I don't need it if it's not here. Okay, we have Dalrath Prison. A massive anti-arcane complex from the old days of enlightenment. Dalrath Prison. Where's your comma? Comma right here. Come on now. Dalrath Prison was built to hold the most dangerous archmages of the time until they died of old age, never to be revived. Okay. Redundancy, guys. This is the stream. I don't know what it is. This is the stream of people writing sentences that they don't fucking need. Cut all of this out. And rewrite this and write it opposite. So instead of saying, right now you say, here's the description of a thing. Now I'm going to say the name after. Don't do that. Say the name first. So instead of saying this, okay, so here's what you have written. I want everyone to just listen. Here's what you have written. A massive anti-arcane complex from the old days of enlightenment, Delrath Prison was built to hold the most dangerous arcane mages of the time. That's how it's written right now. Here's how I would say it if I were you. Delrath Prison let me think about that for 2 seconds before I say it, actually. Delrath Prison was a massive anti-arcane complex built to hold the most dangerous criminal archmages of the time. Period. Done. Just switch them around. Makes so much more sense. Sounds so much better. Just start with the thing. And by the thing, I mean the thing you're talking about, the prison. However, the sudden sundering of magic twisted the place into an ironic curse where only madness flourished. We need a little bit more meat on these bones. Keep in mind, this is not a world history lesson. You want to just explain it a little bit more here. So you want to say, like, however, instead of saying the sudden sundering of magic twisted, say, however, a sudden sundering of magic across the land twisted it, right? Not the sudden, a sudden. This is the first time we're getting this information. So we don't know what the sudden sundering of magic is. So before we introduce it as a specific, we have to introduce it as an idea. Or we have to introduce it by name the first time. Really specific lore makes a piece like this hard to drop into a setting. Yeah, if it's too specific, it can be really hard to drop into a setting. I agree. That's why I probably would drop all that fucking world lore, and I would just keep, it's a magic prison that got fucked up when something that got fucked up. Used to be a magic prison, then it got fucked up. That's all you need. This doesn't work narratively. You can't bring players here. I get what you're going for, but this is just a coffin. I haven't read it yet, but that's what Odin Eye says. However, the sudden sundering. Okay, so let's see. Undeath. Within the walls of Delrath Prison and 2 miles outside of it. Commas! Fuck me, buddy. Please. Why you know how to put commas here? Why don't you know how to put it up here? Right here. Death of any kind is impossible. This shouldn't be a comma. This should be a period. Stop apologizing. You know the game. You submitted Homebrew. This is the game. I don't want to hear you say, I'm sorry. I don't care. We're not here for you to apologize. Who are you apologizing to? The only person you should be apologizing to right now is yourself. Because you're not hurting me. You're not hurting any of these people. The only thing you're hurting is your writing. So stop apologizing. You're not doing anything wrong. Just take notes. I expect you to have many mistakes. If you didn't have many mistakes, I wouldn't be able to help you. Sometimes those mistakes are more grammatical. Sometimes they're not. But you don't need to apologize for making a mistake. Or doing something that needs to be fixed. That's the whole point of the show. So don't feel bad. Don't apologize. The only thing to apologize to is to the Delrath Prison. Because it's missing a couple periods and commas. Okay, so let's see what's happening here. This means aging does not occur and fatal wounds render a person unconscious for 1 to 3 days as the okay. Why is this sentence so... Look how long this sentence is. Let me read this whole sentence as written. I have to take a breath first. Within the walls of Delrath Prison and 2 miles outside of it, death of any kind is impossible. This means aging does not occur and fatal wounds render a person unconscious for 1 to 3 days as the body regenerates either at the spot they died or in the heart of the prison. Whew! Additionally, any creature that spends 7... Additionally, we need an additionally after that sentence. Additionally, any creature that spends 7 days within the prison is unable to leave under any circumstances as their soul is bound to the place. This doesn't... Is this gonna be fun? How is this gonna be fun? If aging doesn't occur, how did the prisoners die of old age? I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I don't know. No idea. No idea. Is this going to be fun? Whenever you are designing features for a game, you should think about that question. Is this going to be fun? That fun doesn't necessarily mean you get super powerful. Fun doesn't necessarily mean you get imbalanced or things are super easy. Fun sometimes means a big challenge. But it needs to feel like a challenge, not just like a fuck you. I don't know how I feel about this. Also, so do they not die? I guess I don't. I guess what does this mean? Does this mean creatures don't die? So if a creature would take fatal, so write the mechanics at this is, so like if a creature would be dropped, if a creature that's dropped to 0 hit points would die, or if a creature fails three death saving throws, they do not die outright. They instead enter a regenerative state for 1 to 3 days. After which, how do they return? After those 1 to 3 days, do they come back? Are they a zombie? Are they mutated? What the fuck's happening? This is another thing. Is like we need mechanics. This is all very bold, but it's also very vague. And that means that just a lot of like, I don't understand what's happening. I understand the vibe, but what do I do as a dungeon master when a creature drops to 0 hit points? What happens after 1 to 3 days? Literally, how do I handle that as a dungeon master mechanically? I have no idea. So, while the second part of this feature, I think, is a little too extreme for it to be fun, the first part of the feature is unclear in a way that I don't know how I would implement it. Not being able to leave is a strong plot hook, but I think we also want a notion of how to defeat that effect. Yeah, you can do hectic stuff like this if there's a way to overcome it, for sure. The easiest way to put a ridiculously overpowered fuck you thing in the game and make it work is to give the players a way to defeat that thing, to turn that thing off. If you want your monster to be overpowered, give it a weakness. And then we get corrupted guardsmen. All of your sentences are doing this. Meant to guard the compounds. This is exactly the same as this. Start with the guardsmen. Your sentences are going to get so much better if you do that. The guardsmen of Delrath consist of huge anti-arcane constructs. Don't say consist of, just say are. Why not just say this? Delrath is guarded by huge anti-arcane constructs meant to wander the prison and suppress conflict. Meant to wander the prison, suppressing conflict by controlling medium-sized organic creatures known as mites. Oh my god, this is so confusing. Holy shit. Look at this whole sentence. This is one sentence. Okay. You need to break this thing down a little bit. Because this sentence hurts my brain. I'll read this whole sentence out loud too. Meant to guard the compounds of Delrath, the guardsmen consist of huge anti-arcane constructs who were meant to wander the prison and suppress conflict by controlling medium organic creatures known as mites. Like, what is happening here? Don't spend nearly as much time describing the guardsmen if it's all about the mites, or figure out how to, at the very least, this needs to be 3 sentences. Delrath is guarded by huge Delroth. Huge anti-arcane constructs wander the halls of Delroth, period. They were created to they were created to suppress they were created to control the prison mites, which you get just fucking drop the whole suppress conflict thing. But we don't even know what the mites are. Like, we don't know what these are. You got to tighten this up, my guy. You're jumping through 3 ideas in a sentence that needs to be 3 sentences. However, their original programming was corrupted, and instead they have long since lost control of the mites, causing them to grow. And that's all 1 sentence too. However, their original programming was corrupted, and instead they have long since lost control of the mites, causing them to grow aggressive and wild while becoming aggressive themselves. Why are you being so repetitive? Okay, to be honest, we don't need any of this if this is where they're at. It doesn't matter. Corrupted guardsmen. Ancient anti-arcane constructs wander the halls of Delroth. Once they were wardens of this place, but they have long since lost their way and are aggressive to all who enter, period. If you want to have the mites be a thing, introduce them in their own section. Working as a savage pack, they end up attacking the mages and their infinite regeneration. What? Yeah, no, I would just get rid of this sentence. This doesn't mean anything. Is this present tense or past tense? I thought everybody was gone. I'm very confused. Also, this is another sentence where you're starting with the thing and not the person. Working as a this, meant to guard a this, within the walls of this. Stop that. You can't die, so no one is gone? I guess. So what I don't understand what's... I guess, but I just don't think we need this sentence. I just think if you want to try to fix this sentence, you could make it its own thing. Put it somewhere else. But, like, it's just... I don't know. It does not work in here. Why would there be any guards if all the prisoners died long ago? I don't know. Maybe they didn't die long ago? Unclear. It's very unclear. Let's read the last one. Magic Undone. As a prison for the mages, again, you're starting your sentences with the middle of the sentence. Start it with the beginning of the sentence. As a prison for the mages, the entire complex acts as one large but weaker anti-magic field. Magic items of uncommon or lower rarity no longer function while within the prison, and spells of 2nd level or higher cannot be cast. I mean, you can do stuff like this. There's nothing wrong with having a weird anti-magic bubble in an area. I think it's fine. But I think the question just comes back to where we need a little bit of something for the players to hold on to. So, like, things that this thing needs. Why on earth would anybody go there? It needs a reason to go there. It needs ways for the players to overcome the issues. We need mechanical explanations for what is happening here. We need much cleaner and clearer language about the people that live here. You need to stop writing sentences that start with the middle description. This needs a conversation with the players. If you spring a whole area like this in your party, it's not fun. I agree. I think there are certain types of games where this kind of thing could be fun, but I agree. It's very specific. Why does it prevent weaker items but works in the reverse for spells? I'm not sure. But that is a good question to ask. Why do cantrips work but not... Yeah, I don't know. We don't know. It's confusing. Doesn't make sense. So maybe that part needs an explanation. So this needs more plot. The plot is a little jank, and I think that it's because you're taking a really long time to say your ideas in a kind of convoluted way. You got to significantly shorten your sentences, really get to the point, cut out everything that's unnecessary, and give yourself the breathing room to write about what do the guards look like? What do they do? What the fuck is a mite? I have no idea. The only way the mite is described is a medium-sized organic creature. That is about as vague as it can get. So you're gonna have to do a lot of grammar cleaning up work here, but in terms of things to add, I would say mechanics for the players to interact with, reasons to be here, exciting things that could be going on here, suggestions for monsters that you could put here, suggestions for ways you could express some of the mechanics. Those are the things that I think we need. Would it work best as a heist where they retrieve a strong locked item away? That couldn't be suppressed. That's not really the intention of this project. If you wanted to put a heist in here, that sentence you just said could be a good plot hook to include, but that shouldn't be what this document is. If you want to write that as a plot hook, that would be fine as a plot hook, but that's not really going to fix any of the things that I think this needs. It's weird that the construct guards control organic mites. Just saying. It is a little weird. I don't know why. We got some unknowns in this document. All right, those are my thoughts. I don't really have much more to say. I think it's a neat idea. I would try to make the way it worked a little bit more interactive. So the reason itself should have, I mean, the area, I mean, when I said there needs to be a reason to go here, plot hooks is a reason to go here, but that's like a separate section. That's like plot hooks, like write the word plot hooks and then write some plot hooks. That doesn't really account for any of this, which is what most of the work is that is needed, I think. Which is tightening up your sentence structure, getting rid of your redundant language, clarifying mechanics, and making sure that there are mechanics going on that are that the players can interact with. Make sure that if you're going to do shit like anti-magic things and anti-life things, there needs to feel like there's a reason for it. Like it needs to make sense internally. The mechanics and the flavor need to make sense, and they do feel a little bit like they don't at the moment. Keep in mind, if you were handing this to somebody and this was all the information they had about this place, they would just be fucking confused. Like, what is a mite? What the fuck is a mite? I don't know. You know? So those are my thoughts. I would tighten in on the mechanics a little bit, and I would try to build out the idea in a way that it could feel like it could be a fun exploration that can fuck with magic a little bit and maybe do weird stuff with health or hit points or death, but not in a way that's going to like completely derail the game, and not in a way that's going to be really hard for a dungeon master to incorporate into a game that might have nothing to do with this. They just might want an anti-magic prison in their game, you know? And they're trying to find stuff that they can use in this. What's up, Babacus? Would you recommend Curse of Strahd for beginners? Curse of Strahd is not the easiest for beginner dungeon masters. Curse of Strahd requires you to do a lot of research. If you're a person that really likes doing research, whether that research is deep diving the book or looking for stuff online, it can be a lot of fun. But I would say the the Dragon book, Icespire Peak, the Dragon of Icespire Peak is a really good starter adventure. That's usually the one I suggest to people. All right, guys, let's give Schmords a big round of applause. Thank you for sharing, Schmords. The anti-magic prison, where death is no escape. Very, very good start. Very solid start. I tore you up. But that's because that's the nature of the game. It was a very solid start. I hope you keep working on it. What's up, Philip Mead? $5 super chat. Let's see. Is it going to make a noise? Is it going to pop up? Why didn't it pop up? Oh, that's so annoying. Oh, that makes me mad. Here, let me see what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to do a little thing, right? Maybe it'll do it in a bit. And it's supposed to make a noise, too. Oh, there it is. But it didn't make a noise. Make a noise. All right, I'll make my own noise. I'll make a noise really quickly. There we go.
Hooray!
There you go. Get a little hooray. Sorry about that. Also, thank you for the 5. Hooray! Hooray! Okay. I think we do one more spin, probably. Doop. Orca. I hope you're having a nice day. I hope you're having a nice day, Orca. This is the Sky City of Two Spire. Ooh, interesting layout. Oh, I like the hand-drawn art. Let's go. Here it is in the chat. Let me post it in all the chats. Guys, if you did not get spun today, don't worry. There's always time for more homebrew reviews. If you want to submit this piece for Friday, if you're a member, or for Sunday, if you're an anybody, you could also do that also. We're going to do this one last piece, but before we do, I do just want to reiterate to people that I stream pretty much every day. Saturday's usually the day I take off. It's mostly homebrew review or call-in shows, and you're more than welcome to come to all of it, and you should, and I love you. Okay. Enough. Sky City. The Sky City of Two Spire. The city is made up of several floating... I'm not unsure if my thing is good enough for fleshed out enough for a member review. Then save it until it's ready. Save it until it's ready. Geo, then don't rush. You should never rush your homebrew to get it in unless it's for a prompt and you don't care if I really tear it apart. If you care about me really tearing it apart and or it's not for a prompt and you have, just send it when it's ready. Send it when there's no need to rush. We have plenty of time. Yeah, the Discord is also very good for that. People like to help each other with their homebrew because it's fun. It's like solving a puzzle. The city is made up of several floating islands set aloft long ago by the Druid Circle of Static. Okay. Don't know what that is, but I get a vibe. I might not call it the Druid Circle of Static. I might try to come up with a different name that makes it sound a little bit more like the title of an enclave, like the Druid Enclave of Static. Most buildings are made of wood and consist of round, arcing shapes. A tight-knit community of friendly animal folk in Aarakocra call this place home, protected by the Griffin Riding Eagle Knights. Okay, so two things. One, there is, for the first time in a little while, some variety in sentence length, which I appreciate a great deal. Still work. Data said, just want to say thanks for the review. Great advice. Still a work in progress. I haven't decided what Glimmer Void has done. But you're doing a great job focusing me in. No pictures next time. No, Data, I like the pictures. Okay, let me phrase that. I like the pictures, but I don't want you to rely on the pictures to get the idea across. I want your writing to. Because it's a cool idea. I will say, the things that stood out to me the most about the Glimmer Void, because I'll just reiterate. One, I like that there's a lot of mechanics about prying up the tiles. I just want to know why you would do that. So think of a reason to, like, make that a thing. And then the other thing is you specifically mentioned that the sun comes in at, like, 5 angles. So you can't use really the sun to direct yourself, and there's, like, sunlight everywhere. That's really cool, too. I would lean into that a little bit more, too. Like, why? What is that? Or, like, maybe not why, but, like, what other effects does that have? What does that change? How does that make, you know, whatever. Okay, this is all very straightforward. This is what I would call really good. This is really good language to give a dungeon master. You are not getting super into the weeds with your descriptive language. You are just really giving the description of what the thing is so that the person who's running it has a sense of it and they can sort of flesh out the details as they go. And you're giving us a little details of this thing like a dragon, eagle rider, eagle knights or whatever. Also, minor note, but I really like this. This is a really smart thing to include. Quick vibes. Think whimsical and homely, like a Ghibli movie, or Skyloft from Skyward Sword. So, this is very meta. This is not something you would ever show to the player, but this is so helpful for a dungeon master. It is so easy to visualize. Or rather, it's so much easier to build upon somebody's work if you know the vibe. And just giving the vibe, just say literally like, this is the vibe, I think is like a great tool to give the players. First rule, no metal. Okay. The only metal on the island makes up 2 spires, twisting like vines towards the sky. One stands on the main administrative building on the largest island. The other is on the Druid Circle headquarters. Druids use the spires to capture energy from storms to keep the city flying. Cool. Really good visual descriptions. Very, again, simple, straightforward. But you know what you are also doing here? You are building the geography a little bit. We don't exactly know where these things are, but we know there are 2 really important places in this place. There is a administrative building with a big lightning tower, and there's a druid grove with a big lightning tower. So you were setting up areas, which is nice to do. It's nice to, it's good. Upon entering 2 Spire, put a comma after this. Come on. Comma, chameleon. Visitors are asked to hand over any metal they are wearing or carrying. Put a period here. Come on now. Capital I. Items will be stored in one of the Aspire buildings for safekeeping. Money is swapped for wood, bone, and stone equivalents. Oh, man, that is such a cool little detail. I wish it wasn't just in a parentheses. I wish you gave it let it be a whole sentence. What a fun economic system. They don't use precious metals. They use bone, wood, and stone. That's cool. Baba Ganoush yearns for a more evocative name than 2 Spire. I certainly could see the unexpectables use comparison. I don't know what that is, but I accept. Sky Spire? Isn't Sky Spire like a video game name? Isn't that that sounds like it's something from a video game. It might not be. I don't know. All right, let's see. Batten down the hatches. The names are fun, too. First rule, no metal is funny. Batten down the hatches is a good name, too. When the city storm bells ring, residents know to get inside and lock up tight while druids head for the spires. I think that you could probably shorten this a little bit. Maybe. And I might even actually switch the language around. When the city bells ring, the druids head for the spires, but everyone else battens, locks up and stays inside. I might change it around that way. Maybe. D&D stream and podcast. What are you talking about? Oh, that's what the Unexpectables is? I see. You were answering my question. Zeno, you love the vibe? Let's see. As a thunderstorm approaches, static electricity builds 10 minutes before a storm breaks out until the end of the storm, the following... say 4. 4. You're missing the word 4 here. For 10 minutes before the storm breaks out until the end of the storm, the following effects apply. All ranged abilities and spells that deal lightning damage have their range increased by 30 feet. Dang! All melee abilities and spells that deal lightning damage can affect one additional target within 5 feet of the first. You might actually need more language than that here, because that's going to be a little confusing depending on what the feature is. Like, does Shocking Grasp mean I hit 2 targets? Do I make an attack roll against the second one? Does it automatically take the damage? What does that mean? So I think we need a little bit more clarification there. And the way that I might word that is whenever a creature takes lightning damage from a melee spell or ability, that lightning damage jumps to a secondary creature within 10 feet of them, and they take half damage or something like that. I might even make the other creature have a dex saving throw. Sort of almost make it like a... not chain lightning, but like a hopping lightning vibe. Is a sword swing with an electric weapon count as a melee ability? I think so, but I would also probably say attack rolls. In fact, I might even say any melee attacks or spells. Abilities is a weird thing to use here. I'm not sure why you used the word abilities. Additionally, during the storm, the environment effects environmental effects can come into play. That's the way that this sentence is written. If you want it to be written properly, you want to put a comma after the word M, or the word storm. Additionally, comma, during the storm, comma, environmental effects can come into play, period. Why not just say additionally, that's such a weird way of writing that. I would say additionally, during the storm, environmental effects can occur. Come into play is weird language to use. Everyone not... how do you know when to do this? On initiative count 20 or as a layer action? Okay. Gusts. Everyone not... that means that these only happen during combat. I don't know if that's intentional or not. Everyone not tied down must make a DC 14, because the only time you roll initiative count 20 or use layer actions is during combat. So if you're not in combat, these won't be under effect. So I might change the language there. Gust. Everyone not tied down must make a DC 14 strength saving throw or be pushed back by the wind 10 feet. 10 feet where? In what direction? 10 feet back? 10 feet in a random direction? I don't know. I might put language in there. If a creature fails the saving throw by 5 or more, they're also knocked prone. That's fine. Lightning strike. Roll a D10. Roll a D20. On a 10 or higher, lightning strikes one of the spire buildings. Lower than a 10 lightning... what the fuck? Lower than a 10 lightning strikes one random creature? What is a 10 lightning? Oh, is there supposed to be another comma there? So here's what you're... why... you actually know how to write this. Why didn't you write this Orca? You know how to write this. Why didn't you write it the way you know how to write it? Let me show you how you should write this sentence. You see how you wrote roll a d20 on a 10 or higher, lightning strikes one of the main spires? See this on a 10 or higher? That's really important. On a 9 or lower. Get rid of this nonsense that's confusing me and say on a 9 or lower. You set the precedent for the right language use here. Use it again. On a 9 or lower, lightning strikes one random creature that has metal on their person. That creature must make a DC 14 dex saving throw or take a bunch of lightning damage. This should be less. On a failed save or half as much on a success. Okay. It would be cool if there was a reason to brave the storm. Everyone goes inside because it's dangerous, but that could be the only time to acquire blank. That's a good idea, yeah. Having something that the storm does that's not just good for lightning and bad if you don't like lightning, I think is definitely worth thinking about. And then we have some adventure ideas. A griffin egg. Okay, I'm going to point something out here. Why is the vast majority of the page about how the storm works? I think that's fine, but that's not everything. That's not the be all end all, right? Like, I feel like, I don't know how I feel about a third of the page. Even a quarter of a page being devoted to it feels like a lot. But okay, maybe I think the problem is you sold the fiction of this place so well up here that I'm way more interested in the fiction of this place than I am about all of these very specific these rules for storms. Or at the very least, I might try to figure out how to just express this in less words, make it shorter. Adventure ideas. A griffin egg hatched while no one was looking and managed to wander off. It's up to the party to find it and get it home safely. It might even imprint on the first person to find it. I think this is a really fun, cute little one for sure. I'm a big fan. It's not that important, but when only given one page, is it the most important? Yes, that's exactly what I'm asking. Is the storm so important that it should take up this much page? I don't know. Rare materials. Without ready access to most resources. Comma. Fuck, man. You need to learn how to use a comma. Can I read you this sentence the way that it's written without any punctuation? This is the proper pronunciation of the sentence as it's written. Without ready access to most resources, artisans will pay a pretty penny for rare material. Basically, without ready access to most resources, artisans is the way that sounds. It just doesn't work. Get your comma in there. A great way to learn where you should put your commas in your sentence is to read it out loud and to notice where you pause, or to just show it to someone else, because other people will notice it too. Carrick the Aarakocra glassmaker may need a specific material for his stained glass project. Or Tabitha the dog folk. Okay, so people need precious materials. They might require. I think that this is a fine plot hook if you spent the time to build the vibe of there being special materials in this place somewhere in a way where you could find them. But right now, there's nothing that really makes needing to find rare materials apply to this location. Like, this plot hook, I could just put anywhere. Right? There's nothing about this plot hook that ties it to Two Sky. Or Tower Sky. What did you call it? Sky. Two Spire. Then we get Birds of All Birds. Give an offering of song to the shrine of Blankle Blankle, the greatest rooster to ever live. Or maybe anger his spirit. Okay, you need to tone in your language a little bit. You're losing me. This doesn't feel like a plot hook either. This feels like an activity you would do in Animal Crossing. And by that, I don't mean the vibe-wise. Vibe-wise is fine, but this isn't a plot hook. This is like the way a quest would be written in Animal Crossing. So remember what plot hooks are supposed to do. Plot hooks are supposed to entice the reader. They're supposed to pull them in. They're supposed to inspire adventures. This is not doing those things. Then we have the annual festival. Kite Festival. The annual festival fills the sky with elaborate, colorful kites, fashioned after animals and monsters, while the streets are taken over by contest game stalls. Perhaps a thief is made off with the grand prize. Okay, you need to stop with this. You need to stop with this. This is not a plot hook. Why are you saying perhaps before you actually say what a plot hook would be? Stop it. This is not... you. When you're writing a plot hook, say what the fucking plot hook is. Say it with your chest. You know what I mean? Maybe a dungeon master's like, "Hey man, I need a plot hook. Can you help me?" "Yeah, I got you." You could maybe think about doing maybe something perhaps. That's not what they want. If you want adventure ideas, write in the affirmative. Write with confidence. This sentence is immediately so much better if you take away the word perhaps. In fact, this whole thing is way more useful if you give less options here and you just pick which one you think is better to evoke the idea of the space. Yeah, we don't want to put suggestions inside our suggestions. Yeah. In their quest to gain more energy for the city of the in their quest to get... Oh my god. Another fucking... Put a comma here. I'll read this sentence as it's written. In their quest to gain more efficiency, in their quest to gain more energy for the city, the druids have flown too close to the lightning elemental, and now the city is under attack. That sentence doesn't make any goddamn sense. How about this? In their quest to gain more energy for the city, comma, the druids have flown too close to the lightning elemental, and now the city is under attack. What lightning elemental? This is the first time we've heard of it, so I don't know what the fuck this is. I like the idea of there being some lightning elemental that that is a part of this ecosystem that the druids are doing something with. That's cool. But we need a little bit more meat on them bones. We need more meat on them bones. All right. Vibes are immaculate. Really, really fun flavor. Really fun vision of a town. Maybe a little bit too much time for the storm, but I do like the mechanics. Your plots are kind of not plot hooks in a lot of ways, and I think that would be a big thing to tone in. Nice art. Those are my thoughts. Oh, I know it's like... I know that... I think, Odin, I think you're right. That it's supposed to be like the druids flew too close to the sun, but it comes off confusing. All right, let's give Orca a big old round of applause. Thank you, Orca, for sharing. Boop. It has good bones. It has really good bones. It has really good bones. Alrighty, guys. It is about that time. Oh, yeah, we can raid No Man. If you are watching on... Alright, friends. If you didn't get your piece looked at today, no worries. You will survive. Submit it on another night. I'd love to read it. We will be back tomorrow for our Friday member stream. And then after that, we will be back on Sunday. Both the Friday stream and the Sunday stream, there is no prompt. You can send in whatever homebrew you want. And it should be a good time. If you're watching on YouTube, keep an eye peeled for dates and stuff. Or just go to the Discord. Just go to that friggin' old... Just go to that little old Discord. Alright, friends. We are going to go over and we're going to raid Gnome Ann. It's their birthday. So give them a big old hello for me. Let's be nice to them when we get there. Be good to each other. I shall see you tomorrow. Bildo posted it in the Twitch, in the YouTube chat. Thank you, Bildo. We'll see you guys tomorrow. This was our first dual stream back. I hope it was good. I love you guys. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for letting me review your homebrew and tear it apart. You're lovely. Be good to each other. Get home safe. And let's go give Gnome some love. See you guys later. See you tomorrow. Bye. See you later, alligator.